I have returned. Thank you for the follow, Bubble Tea. Welcome in. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you. I had food. It was delicious. It was chicken. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. Okay, this one's good. We like artisan. Okay. 2 artisan. Okay. 3 artisan. That's good. This one. And this one. Okay. We got some good stuff. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, we'll put those in there. And then for temporary. This one is artisan. Okay, so this is what we're moving out. We don't want this. We have a good artisan and diet lover. That's fantastic. So we need a male who is, that's diet lover, artisan, artisan easygoing, and that's male. Okay, easygoing, what's for easygoing? Okay, I think this one's fine. Okay, let's go with this one. Let's put that there. And then this guy can go onto the breeding farm. All right. Oh, they're being so helpful. Okay, so kind of, I want to finish up this base so then I can focus on what I could do actually is just hello.
Oh, my phone isn't gone. It's right there.
Could just basically get the pals that I want, have them here, and then once I have them, then I could breed them, and then literally just for literally just for the stars, like just junk.
Yeah.
So like I can get this Prunellia here, right? Because it has Sirius on it. And I could be like, all right, so let's swap. What else we got? To do hunger decreases 15% slower. That's nice. Okay. And then let's see. Although Dainty Eater would have still worked, but whatever. And then we could do Positive Thinker. Yeah, and there we go. Perfectly fine for now, yeah. Heavyweight, so good defense, positive, sanity doesn't drop, hunger decreases slower, and work speed. Look, that's fucking perfect. That's a perfect pal right there.
What? Oh, wait, no, I can just search it. There we go.
Then what I could do then is I can go get those gathering books that I've been collecting. Not gathering, planting, because I want to give her planting. I have 3 planting books.
Here's the sign.
Which is that. And then, where have I been putting the XP thingies? Coming from an end down under. What?
It's so cute.
No, idiot. Put them. Ah, they've disappeared. Oh, over here probably. And then we just like do this first. Actually, we don't have to do that. Let's be real. Let's go kill a boss. Easy peasy. Much easier. Oh, workshop. That's where I wanted to go.
Breeding. Get these guys back going again.
We want 7 placemats. Where is a good high level boss? Right here? Yeah, right. By the house. Perfect. Perfect.
Oi. Ow. Coughing in my eye hurt. Hmm. Oh, Spotify stopped?
I don't think so. I'll check.
I am not hearing anything. Oh, it's at the end of a song from. It says it's at the end of a song, and it's not playing anything.
Okay.
I mean,
I send you new link.
new link.
There you go. It's same link.
It's same link. Okay. Could be my Spotify that died.
Brunelli is
What it
level.
sounds like happened. I'm gonna restart my Spotify. Close.
I needed 1 battalion. Go ahead. I'm gonna go and affix these guys to the cooker, so I don't have to like really look at them. Just Who is currently planting things?
Can we restart the jam, please?
What? Yeah, the jam?
Yeah, the whole jam seems bugged.
That's fine.
Could just be my computer.
Jam, start jam, copy link.
There we go. Yeah, the jam had broken.
It's okay. There you go. New link. No problem.
I don't know if we've been streaming for. This seems like how. I have no idea how long I've been dead for, but. There we go. Shape of my heart.
Okay, so this guy's supposed to be doing transporting. These guys are breeding. This guy's cooling. This guy is gathering, I think. I think he's also planting, but he should be gathering. This is in the farm. Actually, speaking of which, where the fuck is my cow? There it is. Electricing, transporting, helping, helping, gathering, watering, and I could set things like that to set work mode. Pernelia is going to be doing that. Not gathering, not medicine, not transporting, not handiwork. Watering. Schumer is gathering. For now. We're going to get some gathering babies. Who's the gathering baby? Who's going to be the gathering baby? I know the watering baby is going to be a Fyodor, whatever her name is. Who's the gathering baby? I have so many notes. Gathering baby is going to be the Petalia ignis, which I need to figure out how to breed. Bushy and Petalia. Fabulous. I've got those, I think. Actually, I have no idea. Do I have Petalia? I don't think I do. Well, let's fucking go get one then. I mean, and they're like right over here. Bushies and Petalias all over the damn place. Look, there's a Bushy, there's a Petalia. There's a Lulu. We need a Lulu too. She's so cute. You know, she'd only be cuter if she was all pink.
Let's get a primo one.
No, I have to get an Ignis one.
Oh, Ignis is pink?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Can you, like, just get in the ball, please? Can you, like, look, I can't damage you anymore. You're literally 1 health. Thank you. Power of Gaia. I mean, that's cool and all, but, like, I could do something, like, serious.
Okay. Okay. Ooh. I don't have
Get in my pocket.
Okay, if I do this, then
I will let Bushi kill you. I don't care.
gotta get this going here just for now.
I really need to make more spears.
Oh, the spears.
So low.
Spears. Yeah, I have made a bunch of ultimate spheres. I'm at 97 ultimate spheres. The hardest thing is Pell Metal, honestly. Although it does also take the Pell Plasteel as well. They're annoying to make, but
Let's see what I can make.
What is this like? Let me just have the stone tools. I like the stone tools here.
I'm gonna make a bunch of legendary ones for now.
I probably shot myself in the foot by making the ones I made, the ultimate ones.
Maybe. Mm. I know right now where what I'm trying to catch is like it's better than ultra, but I don't think it's necessarily quite ultimate. That's why I think legendary.
It's in the between.
Yeah, so
Like, yeah.
yeah, so I was thinking legendary would be fine. All right, and then
Okay, so if I do this, and then need carbon fiber and computers. Ugh. Make a production assembly line 2. Open one of these. Well, that's gonna look interesting. And then I will need carbon fiber, and then I needed computers, which requires carbon fiber. Yay! I just need more carbon fiber.
I want to see if there's a way for me to make a second breeding hut down here. I know it would fit. I just don't know if I can.
You have the transformator. Okay, so on this floor, I want storage related things. Honestly,
Amazing.
schematic bench. I think for storage right now, I will be happy with in these. Find ingot. Huh?
Okay. Where am I going to put these?
Ingots, production goods. And check all other materials, other consumables, enhance skill. Check all skill fruits. Starting at
4, 5, 6,
check all
7,
materials. Check all
8.
materials. To just dump. Chest.
Materials. Oh, damn. This electric storage thing. That's what I need. That's fine, that's fine. I can stay here. Okay, I need to go get enough materials for 1, 2, 3 more beds. Yeah. Let's go to boards. That's what I'm missing. I added a second breeding thing to my breeding base. Although that means that I now have to figure out where to put the oh that was really fast. I now have to figure out where to put the chicken and stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Still gonna need cake stuff. Just curious about something. Damn it.
I need a bunch of computers. Get those going right now. Can't be going because I'm holding the resources to make them. Bastille necessary. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know. Let's see.
The fuck is he doing back there?
Have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know.
Ah, ah.
know. Have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know. Computers. 40 computers. Meow.
Hmm?
I heard a meow.
I think we have company. Ugh. Right. Hello? Can I help you? You coming in? Okay, I'm gonna sit down. It's not working. Oh, there for some reason. Hold on, hold on.
Not against this wall.
Okay. Ever so slightly, ever so slightly. Sorry, I'm just trying to rotate ever so slightly.
Items and the material. Oh dear. Have you ever seen the rain? That I do this, and then I do.
What am I doing?
But then uncheck all of them, and then I want this one to be production goods. Got another one. I want this to be stone ores and ingots.
That is the happiest fucking mushroom, dude. Damn it.
And then one more.
Supported. I'm just dumb.
Wood. Just settings. Okay, a wood, and then
Bruh, Dazzy, get the fuck
production.
out the way.
Yeah.
I had to fucking ditch this bitch. Bruh, Dazzy, you were pissing me off.
Materials. Let's go see it down here. How materials. All these seeds can also be sold.
Did it again. All of them. And that. And I don't know what you mean. I can't. I'm struggling. Don't worry about me. It's good.
I will worry about you because I love you. So, okay, good to know. How you doing, Praise? Praise?
Praise.
Mm.
Praise lamp specifically. Which, if needed, I will praise the lamp. Good job, lamp.
I'm proud of you, Lamp.
I'm so proud of you, lamp.
Praise Lamp said I leaned over.
Thanks for the head pats.
What's this one? Enhancement items. No, I don't want enhancement items. Shit,
I
want
am
this.
having like some OCD issues here.
Production.
Bruh. Really?
Praise Lamp said get out my trash
Bruh?
can. Damn raccoons.
Get out my trash can, damn raccoons. No.
No.
No. No, it's ours.
How are we supposed to be proper trash if we're not in trash cans?
Praise Lamp said too bad. Praise Lamp said it's my house. I'm the trash one.
Ba-bum.
Oh goodness. Trying to like I'm trying not to rotate. I'm sorry, I'm trying to like place this and I've been struggling with this for like a few minutes now.
Shall never be forgiven for this slight.
The fucker. I wasn't talking to you.
I'm the trash one. You're not
All
trash.
trash here.
We all trash down here.
That's my secret cabin. I'm always trash.
Oh, I love
Come
you.
on. Literally, give me anything. Really? Really? Yep. That's right. That's what looks good right there.
Hexalite. Let's make a bunch of hexalite. 500 should do.
Oh my god. I just heard it says the same for us to fart. I was like, what?
It's
I am
time for us to
classy.
fall.
I'm lady.
You're my lady.
Yes.
My beautiful party princess.
What?
Huh?
What did you say?
Huh? Oh, what? Huh? I said nothing.
This is terrible. This is terrible. I feel like this is terrible. Maybe if I surround it in foliage, it won't be that bad.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I got more power materials I can put in. Yeah. Good, cool. Okay, now I just got to get more familiar now with my new layout of storage, but this is power materials down here, right? I have other consumables
No.
in any of these yet? Let's find option, power materials, other materials and consumables. Okay. Most of this is skill fruit.
Okay, so
Schematic.
good. That looks better, I think. You know, that looks fine. Kind of blends in a little bit. You know, it's kind of nice. As she said, trying to convince herself.
Settings, uncheck all of these and just turn on skill fruit. Fruits, pale material.
Nice. Can I make more beds? Not at the moment, I can't because I need more fiber. Let's go chop down some trees. What?
It sounded like you went like Miss Piggy saying Kermie there. When you're like, let's go chop down some trees. You're like, Kermie.
I don't know how to take that.
You put on a silly voice.
Oh,
And it
okay.
was silly.
Okay.
I am not saying you sound like Miss Piggy.
That is how I interpreted it. I was like, rude.
You put on a silly voice and it made me laugh.
Okay. Fuck.
I'm weighed down by my burdens. Bum 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 bum.
Need more fiber.
The true American diet.
Wow.
What?
Obviously, I wasn't talking about in the diet, you turd.
Am I wrong or am I wrong?
Shut up. Wee.
keep it. Don't use all of this for storage.
So I am noticing something. A lot of the POWs, like when I got here, a lot of stuff still had the like danger symbol over them, as in they were like really, they could be aggressive,
Yeah.
right? And they would actively attack me. You know, like
Yeah.
they would go out of their way to attack me. I'm past their level now, right? There's no danger symbol, and I'm not gonna sit here and say they're not gonna attack me. Hold on, because like I don't think they care about me anymore.
I think you're enough of a threat that they just don't want to. That's what I think the
He's
game
thinking
does.
about it.
And I think they like
Yeah, like this guy's not attacking me. He's considering it. He's yelling at me.
damn
He's like,
kids
you
get
should
up
go. I don't
and
want you near me. But like, he's not gonna attack me. He's like, ah, I've noticed you. I'm acknowledging your existence. Now fuck off.
check all of these. This is gonna be skill fruits and honestly it can just stay as just skill fruits. It's gonna be a lot of skill fruits. Bum 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 bum. Just wait, no more Hexlight. Look at them born.
Oh, I haven't mutated. I can hear.
Nice. Have you been using the mutated one or
No.
just nice? Okay. It's a great that the difference is incredibly noticeable. Like, if you're using the eggs that cause more mutations, it's still rare, but a lot less.
I wound up making a second layer up here so I can like have some power without it being outside. So it's like this place is getting a proper upgrade. It looks nice. And now I can like breed two sets of pals at the same time, which I was thinking, no, I'm not gonna need to do that. And that's like all I wanted to do is just like increase the amount of breeding I can do at the same time. It's like, ugh, like I wish I could like do 40 pairs at the same time.
It's gonna be ammo, armors, and weapons, and accessories. And sure, gliders. Oh, excellent. Please not be in there. Let me make a fridge up here on this side. I'll keep the fridge down here, just for...
That's good. And then
fridges. I said in uncheck all. This one's just for ingredients. You can have all ingredients. If it's got the ingredients category, it will go there.
Symmetry. Welcome in, Sava. How you doing?
Hey, hey. Hello, Sava. Way down.
I think I can fix this stair now. We are great. Just relaxing, doing some breeding. I think we're doing a little bit of base management at the moment. I'm trying to... I added a new breeding pen to this side of my basement area. And then I moved my little pen out here, but I had to decorate it because it looked weird. And the only place it would go is like kind of meshed into a rock. And so I was like, well, that looks really stupid. So I put some decorating. I put some foliage around it. It looks really nice now.
I'm in the state of
And
just
I had to put my beds out here too because
reworking my base as well. I'm just completely redesigning the layout of everything. So yeah, both of us are doing some.
it's very relaxing. It's a relaxing day. I was like, where'd my other egg go? How about you? How are you doing today? Cannot wait to rebuild my workshop just because it's like awful.
Everything. So I've got
But
all of
also it's
these.
like no point right now. You got the game 2 days ago and I hate the fact that I can't move build stuff. You have to deconstruct and rebuild it.
Yeah, it's a little annoying.
Mm. But you get the resources back completely. I know I've played a game before where I don't know if you ever played Ark, but if you played Ark,
Get like
yeah,
half.
you only get half the resources back, which is a shame. I think it's to prevent people from like leveling up by building stuff. Because you get experience for building things.
Yeah.
So we like build it, then break it, then build it, then break it, then build it, and break it, you know. This little shit. Look at him. Sleeping on the cooler. People are trying to eat out of that, bruh. I love this game personally. So
Yeah, we have been playing so much of this
I
game.
played a little bit. We played a little bit before the release, but it wasn't like a lot. So this is, I would say, pretty much our first run. Or pretty much like full run.
Yeah, I got first boss. I think we got up to the second tower, but we didn't do it.
I don't know.
I'm not
I don't remember.
But it was nowhere near this far. But yeah, the update added so much quality of life, and that is one thing it is missing. It's a bit of being able to transport, build things. But like Aiko said, yeah, there's no loss of resources, so it's just a bit of time.
I think it's kind of relaxing. That's just me though.
No, I agree.
What do I know?
Use this as just temporary storage while I.
Just gonna. I don't think I need to necessarily. I think I'm gonna leave this base as like empty for now while I do some breeding because I want to move stuff there, like specific stuff there, and I feel like it's gonna like, I'm gonna keep getting distracted.
Yeah, maybe.
I could do the same thing with this base. Yeah, I'll do that.
Was to. This is lined up against that wall.
Then I can just kind of like redo them later. Let me focus on this base.
If I put this on that wall and then attach this to that wall, and I can deconstruct that wall, and there we go. But yeah, this is a very, very well made game. It's really nice to actually have this quality of game.
Big fans here.
Schematics. Um,
Yeah, now I don't have to do a bunch of base hopping because like all of my pals are here. Okay, I'm gonna take this though.
How far have you gotten into the game, Zava?
Mhm.
That was right.
Level 29 right now. We are playing on the hardest difficulty. Ooh, that's rough.
Ooh. Are you someone who likes playing games on the hardest difficulty?
Good, good, good. Tristan does things on hardest difficulty too sometimes, like Skyrim. His first time playing Skyrim, he's like, I'm gonna do survival mode. And we're just like, the fuck? Nobody does that.
First time playing, let's go. Yeah, Souls-like player.
For
Let's
sure, for
go.
sure. Makes complete sense.
What's your favorite Souls-like game?
Ah,
Elden Ring. Okay, Elden Ring, big fan. I never finished Elden Ring. I got about halfway through, and then I just started playing other stuff, and then just haven't gone back yet. I do plan on finishing it at some point. Wow. Yeah, how can I better? Okay.
finished like 10 times and the DLC 3 times. Oh wow. I haven't played any of them, so I'm just listening. Vibing. That's cool for y'all. Good for you guys. You guys are a lot braver than me. I say what I did.
Night Rain. Oh, isn't Night Rain the like um Night Rain isn't that the my brain's shutting off. The like battle royale version.
Let's see how we're doing on. Let's sort them by pound number. Okay. Sort by just pound number.
Yeah, but it's not PvP. Oh, I didn't know it wasn't PvP. Okay, cool. PvP is one of the aspects I don't typically like with Souls-like games. It's connection issues cause problems, and then
Australia issues.
Australia issues. Yeah, everywhere is bad connection from Australia.
Really worried about these things. Just want. Just not. There's not getting anything useful. Diet lover, I guess, but
Sag. Yeah. It's not a PvP game, but some people really love PvP. I genuinely think I agree. Like the entire Souls series, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, all of them, much better PvE. PvP is just there's other games that do it better. My favorite of the Dark Souls series the From Software series of Souls-like games is Dark Souls 2.
I've played Dark Souls 2. Some of it. I'm trying to participate in the conversation.
No, you're perfectly fine. It's Dark Souls 2 is very much considered like controversial because a lot of people don't like it, but a lot of people do like it. Those that like it love it. The biggest problem with Dark Souls 2 for a lot of people is how they changed the core mechanics and how it just feels to play. So then if I do food, start at this end. I just
I like Souls-like combat. If I, I want to participate in this conversation, I like Souls-like combat. But that is because I like feeling like my effort is being paid off.
yes. Souls-like combat is really fun. Is this lettuce? So how do I level fast in Palworld? You guys know. We are playing
Catch
with
things. Seriously, catch everything. Just literally just go around, catch low-level things.
yeah.
You can catch
For
5
the
of everything, and
first 5 of everything,
you
yes,
get
you gotta
bonus
catch.
XP.
Yeah, the first 5 of everything you want to catch gives bonus XP. Exploration, you want to like loot every chest you find. Get all the fast travel points. They give a bunch of XP. Killing the bosses once you get up to it, but you said you level um 29,
Be able
so
to do a boss.
you could do a few. They give a big chunk of like first kill XP.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, gotcha. Got to catch them all. Yeah,
Yep,
the
yep.
first you always get XP when you catch them, but the first 5 give a ton, and it's how you want to level early. Do this one here.
This guy over here. Yeah.
Um,
Did my music stop for real?
again.
Oh, it's because the playlist finished.
Oh, okay.
Let's play a different genre, maybe?
Yeah, we've been listening to a lot of classic rock. We could do different
I'll try
genres.
Y2K.
um,
Nostalgia 2000.
12 XP per catch. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to enable shuffle. Do you hear it?
I do hear it. Yeah.
Okay, good, good, good.
Oh, that could be a good Belanoir.
You get 12 XP per catch. What the fuck? What kind of hard mode are you playing on, my friend?
We switched to a different Pelin. Yeah. After the first 5, it's not worth like unless you're specifically hunting a Pel to like them breed and then get more like make really good. But at your level, you don't need to worry about that. Uh, Finding the little effigies around the map as well, they give XP.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of XP you get increases with your level as well. But it is diminishing returns. Comparatively to the increase in level. Increase in required XP to level up. So if I do, let me take all these.
Get to work. Okay.
This isn't Y2K, this song?
I don't
mean,
know,
yeah,
man. It just says throwbacks 2000 throwback. That's what it says.
true, yeah, okay. Makes sense.
I'll be able to breed those together. Placement. Big one here.
Bum, bum. 2000 throwback. Oh, we'll probably get some like Nickelback.
Maybe.
Eminem.
Ooh. I like that. No, I don't like that.
The item retrieval machine.
That one's good. Talking to myself mostly.
Yeah.
Like this one.
Next, the item retrieval machine. I do want the
Let me
guild jet.
see if this one's better than that one. Artisan Abnormal Nimble Diet Lover. Oh yeah, this is better. Oh my god, get the fuck in the pen, bruh. Ew. Now female. Easygoing, Blood of the Dragon, Artisan, and Diet Lover, right? So the other options are this one's better than the other ones, so I just want them to have good. Alright, what do we got? Collect all pals. I got a duelist knot!
Oh, what?
A dual knocked. I'm gonna show you.
Aww.
It's so cute.
Hi, Dino Sharks. Hello, welcome. Got some good news. Ooh, what is it? What's your news?
And it's an alpha. And it has
Let me.
it has idiosyncratic, which means PAL and player auto health regeneration rate plus 50%. Defense plus 25%. Immune to poison damage, immune to burn damage. Right? And it has farming work suitability plus 2, which is really not great for this one in particular. Blood of the Dragon and Insulated Body. Okay, but I want to show you this baby. Okay, where are you at?
I'm in my base.
Okay, I'm coming. Hey, welcome back, Danny Shark. I know he said hi already. I was distracted. My bad.
I've got some good news. The little doggos are finally asleep. Ooh.
Ah, good.
Speaking of Eminem,
Right? Okay, babe, where are you?
my roof.
Okay. I think you're gonna love it. Because I was thinking about this earlier. Okay, where are you? Ready?
Yeah. Oh, it's pink. Oh, that is so
Back here.
cute. After 6 hours?
Oh my
Oh,
lord.
my condolences.
He's so big. He's not good, but like I like him.
I love his color. He's an
Mm-hmm.
org. It could be a good fighter. Maybe.
He's meant to be like a base pal. He does have a laser though, apparently. He's like all over the place.
Opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
Escaping through this hole that is gaping. This world is mine for the taking. Make me king as we move toward a new world order. A normal life is boring, but superstardom's close to postmortem. Only grows harder, only grows colder. Sorry.
No, go off. Go off, my love. Sing.
He's so he goes home and barely knows his own daughter. Goes the cold. His hoes don't want him no more. These cold products. Well, the next no, I don't know all the words in this like middle portion is really I always forget. Goes the old part, but the beat goes on to that you lose yourself in the music the moment you want it. You better never let it go.
Good.
You only get one. Sorry.
No, you go. Go. I can't
Opportunity
think.
comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself in the music the moment you want it. You better never let it go. You only get one shot to not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better change. I'ma change what you call rage. Well, this motherfucking roof off like $2 gauge. I was playing in the beginning, but the mood all changed. I've been chewed up and spit out and booed off stage, but I kept rhyming, stepped right in the next cipher. Best believe somebody's paying the Pied Piper. All the pain inside amplified by the fact that I can't get by with my 9 to 5 and I can't provide the right type of life for my family because man, he's goddamn full stamps to buy diapers. My music stopped a while ago. It doesn't want me to sing along to it. I just kept going.
I love you. Oh, you are so amazing. My beautiful princess, the rap god.
Shut up.
No, never.
Bitch.
You can't make me.
Look how little these guys are and they're so cute.
Huh?
I'm just looking at the gloopies. They're adorable.
Oh, these are tools. My brain. Tools, armor, materials. Music, better let it go. Chance to know this opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
Favorable. Basically, I've got to get 7 blaze mites. 7 good blaze mites, not just.
Let me check the ones I have spare.
No. I'm breeding them. It's fine. Like, they've just got to get good. They just got to get the good stats all on like one. It's just the breeding thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're thinking you're gonna help. I don't know.
The best I got is artisan. Just artisan.
It's fine. I have artisan.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh, I need that. Do I have technology? This weird stuff somewhere else. Over here? No. Don't want it in the way. Yeah. No, you want it somewhere where the ingredients stored here. Just the
I'm gonna go try and catch another clone. I think I only want 4 of them. I think so. I might be able to breed those too.
Get up on the floor.
This was on that team. Oh, Dazzy. That's right. I took her out because she was pissing me off.
Like how the mill exists literally just for wheat. To turn it into flour. That's it. That's all. That's the entire purpose of the mill. No other purpose. Cuttle hatched. Any good ones?
It exists for what?
Get some.
Just to make wheat?
Just to make wheat. That's it.
Yeah.
No, just to make flour. I mean.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I currently got 1,622 in here out of 2,398 flour being made.
Nice.
I have 257 minestrone that these guys just made. Oh my god, I totally fucking forgot. I gotta put an ice pal down here.
Where's it? Attack. Unless I just
Foxicle.
this Bellinor instead.
Did the music stop already?
It did stop. Hang on,
Fuck.
let me check. Oh no, there we go.
Okay.
There's a long end to that song. Wow, wow. Oh, big. It's my life. It's now or never. I am gonna live forever. I just wanna live while I'm alive. It's my own. Thing like a broken highway.
I like that I don't have to give Battalion insomnia. Because she is insomnia by default.
It's my life.
Who we got? Ferocious, stronghold strategist. I think we're just gonna have to. Okay, when it comes to Gloopy, I think because we only need one of them, I think we're gonna do the thing.
Got any fun things you're gonna do now, Dino Shark? Now that you know the dogs are asleep. It's my life. It's now or never. I'm gonna live forever. I just wanna live while I'm alive. A broken heart. It's my life. Yes. It's my life. It's now or never. I'm gonna live forever. I just wanna live while I'm alive.
It's going to be yummy. All right, let's give her dainty eater. Positive thinker.
Oh, this one needs to be replaced. I made the ability glosses. And now I'm just gonna try and read high IVs.
That makes sense.
Try and get the max potential I can out of it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
I'm not gonna do it with every power, but like, oh, that one got perfect 100 on health. Ooh, that one could be good. Honestly, this one I have in my. Ooh, female. 94, 74, 83, 95, 76, 87. Okay, that's
I have a male, yes.
oh,
That male here.
better male. Yeah, that's a better male.
There we go. Okay, let's see how many water books I have. Oh shoot, I meant to give her insomnia too. I can still do it.
So the body is. Light-footed could be interesting, but it's not a mount, so there's no point having light-footed on her. Let me. Overwrite that party. And then I want these two at the surgery table. Rainbow Cat Sword is funny. Oh yeah, the Meow Meow. I love the Meow in Terraria. Let's just choose something like this. Defense. Brave is damage. Ferocious. I could get that. Ferocious defense.
She's so cute. Oh my god, I love her.
Belly body, ferocious and impatient. Okay. Now these two.
What do I do with these guys? This over here is gonna have. Let us do. Who's our next baby? Just for this one. Okay, hold on.
It's
Right, I know now.
annoying going
Okay.
down very this.
Need to put. Boom, and then four.
Too late to apologize.
There we go. Now, hopefully, I should have a pink, pink Patelia soon.
Ooh, nice, nice, nice.
Might actually be able to make that if I go grind for it.
Too late.
Be a little bit of a grind, but I could do it.
It's too late. Too late.
What am I gonna do? I think I'm just breed a bunch of blazemots and then just like pick the best ones out of them or something.
Yeah, could do that.
Cause like I don't have the money to fucking. I don't have the money to like pay to redo all of it's like 7 placement stats.
Yeah, no. Oh, cool. I can see all of that. Okay, some of the laser mods are awful stat-wise, but these stats don't matter for base pals. This will matter very much when we start getting raid teams together.
Yeah.
So when a stat goes above 70, I think, it goes green, and if it's 100, it's gold.
I got a lumbering handbook. Totally useful. Gathering book. 7 remedy. Oh, wow.
That's not straight, that's one. Both things attached weirdly.
No, no. I forgot the thing at home.
This, so
Got lag. Bruh, I don't care. Let me out. Ah, what the fuck? Why lag? Why?
ooh,
Why lag? What is happening?
that is lag.
What
Big
happened?
lag.
What happened?
I was picking up eggs, that's all I was doing.
No idea. Close a couple background programs.
Just over here so I can I even attach this to a wall? I can't even. Still not quite straight. What you say?
Okay, let's see. I have breeding pair of these guys. Why does this one already have a star? Probably just mixing and matching.
What's the problem? No, I think I'm in love. About it, thinking about it. Come on,
What
come on.
the fuck?
Whoa.
Dude. We do a quick restart of the server?
Yeah, maybe. Not sure what would have done
I
that,
have
but yeah.
no idea. Alright, let's just do a quick restart. Sometimes a nice little fresh is all it needs.
Yeah, whenever you're ready. Oh my god.
Jeez, that lag.
That was sudden and just intense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna restart my game fully.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Just chatting screen. Just chatting screen. Why am I up high? Bottom. Mm-hmm.
This app's still uploading to the Steam cloud.
Come on.
I'm gonna upload to the Steam cloud.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get some drinks for us.
Yep.
Monsters?
Yes, please.
How's your water doing? Let's get far. I'll get you a water as well.
Danke, dear. Trying to think if I'm gonna make like a badass like fighter team. Who would I have? Because like I really like Bushi, but I feel like Bushi is like my personal fighter. I don't want everybody Bushi. I could make a massive team of hamsters. I know it sounds stupid, but come on. You can't tell me that wouldn't be amazing. Okay, let me load this back up. I'm gonna see if no, I wasn't sure if there were any pals that were like specifically good for raids.
My love.
Yanka! Yay! Thank you.
Agua. I'm not gonna open my one right away because it rolled a
Oh
little
shit.
bit.
Oh, yours. Oh no.
I just learned that I probably got how you know how if I laugh too hard I have a coughing fit?
Yeah.
Mum does that too. She's reading like fucking probably Facebook things or random funny things on the internet.
Oh, so I came over here to like pick up this thing, and then I found the client's katana. It was right behind my house.
The
The
what?
client's katana. It was right behind my house.
Oh, cool. What's the code? Invite code.
Oh, right. XHPAR6.
Thank you, honey.
Trying to think. Who would be a good pal or group of pals or whatever to have for raids? Like the Burrito Lotto.
I genuinely think it depends on what you're fighting,
Yeah.
the elements of what you're fighting.
I know you're not wrong. Okay, so let me see what the raid things are, right? Because like dark. It's a lot of dark, it looks like. I don't know what the Moon Lord is, if that's dark or not.
It makes sense if Moonlord's dark.
Can't tell. The typeless non-elemental boss. He doesn't have any elemental weaknesses or resistances. Okay. But the Blasmont Ryu is obviously dark. The Xenolord is dark. I don't know about Hartalis. It looks like primarily they're dark. Hartalis is water grass. And we should use electric types to break the shield. Xenolord is dark dragon. Blazema is, I think, dark or dragon fire. Sorry, I definitely thought he was dark. It was dragon fire. Siren Bellinor is dark, but Bellinor Liberio is also dark. So it's it's just a variety. Now, why are you transporting? You're supposed to, oh my god. Stop transporting, you turd. You're supposed to be keeping the cooler cool. That's like, I'm gonna help move some things. No worries. I got you. Expedition firepower? You think if I get if I level up my men, they'll rebel against me?
Maybe.
I'm trying to think outside of Bushi, who has been like a really awesome fighter? Besides, you know, Herbie. And I have considered it, don't worry, but I don't know if it's practical to make a team of hamsters. Funny, yes, absolutely. But practical, I don't know. You're not amused at my thought of
What was that?
you're
Sorry.
not amused at my idea of potentially having a team full of hamsters?
Oh, I'd love that idea. If we find in a water boss, yeah, do it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's you just have times like this in games like this where it's just downtime.
Sometimes building, I think the building's very relaxing. It's probably not like the most
I
entertaining, but
agree. His building is very
what the fuck
relaxing.
is that? Oh my god, I have a blue frog now.
Frog.
You had the buffer. Oh, I was saying, I hope you're enjoying the building, and also thank you for the follow.
Yeah, thank you very much for the follow. I don't want these. Honestly, these can just uncheck all for everything right now. Uncheck all. Ingredients. Okay, yes, that all goes in the production goods chest.
This thing better be fucking worth it. House fish.
Oh, it's Eve times for you.
Oh, it's a pen king.
I hope you have
Oh,
a
it's a
wonderful.
pen king Lux.
I hope you have a wonderful leap, Sava.
Yes, have a good night.
Thanks for hanging out.
I got a pen king Lux and an ancient technical manual.
Ooh. Accessories. This one's. Yeah. Gamma.
Could ask Mimi. I could be like, who is the best pal? But also, I don't kind of want to do that because, like, I just want to make my own. I don't want to know what the meta is. I just want to, like, make what I would consider to be a badass team.
Oh yeah, there's definitely gonna be meta teams.
The meta's boring.
Meta is boring. Make whatever you want, baby.
Team of T fans.
Do it.
Do a
Perfect.
team of T fans. They're weak
Um,
bitches. I'm gonna look at pals, and I'm gonna look at based on partner skills. What looks cool? Now, who looks badass? We're gonna go with who looks badass, but also like badass, but also like I don't know. We'll see. I'm going based off vibes here. Hmm. Pictures. Helpful. Oh my god. I say a team of Lavenders. That weirdly might be the meta. That'd be hilarious. I don't think there's a specific meta. I think there's just like mix it up, do what you want, mix and match.
yeah, you can literally like feed them stuff to make them stronger. Like, I think there's like recommended teams, but it's not necessarily meta. It's just have fun.
Yeah, I
That's the
think
good.
that's one of the things I like about this game. I'm trying to think like if I was like playing Pokemon. Now this is terrible, but like if I'm playing Pokemon, like what would be like a good type, just in general, like a good type that's like kind of standard. Like I always really had a good time with groundwater type because they were good against a lot, and they were like I don't
Yeah.
know. But also like grass is strong against water, yeah.
Yes, grass and electricity are strong against water, and I think ice is as
But that's
well.
where the ground comes in. Is the electricity is at least.
Yeah, ground counters electricity. Grass counters ground.
Grass was always like the big weak link for when it came to like me fighting with Peanut. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Gastrodon. That was
The big
Gastrodon was my
counter.
favorite.
The big counter to grass as like a water Pokemon was having an ice attack. So they throw out a grass Pokemon and you just hit them with fucking ice beam or something. And super effective.
Got my first Ignis. Would you like to see? 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 Would you like to see?
I would like to see. I'm just currently going through my list of pals to see if there's any good ones that.
That's okay. I'm gonna go to your base.
I'm so
I
excited.
am. You'll see why. You see?
Trying to see if
You
there's
see? You see? You see? Look at me. Look at me. You see?
yeah, yeah. Oh, that is so beautiful.
Stop leaving!
She's gonna help. She's gonna help my kindling. Gonna help make cake. She's so pretty. I want. Me want to.
Passion of the flower spirit. I don't even know what she just did. Did she heal me? Oh! She recovered 3,993 health. I didn't even know she was dying.
Ah.
When activated, Soothing Blossoms restore the player's health by 80% while in a party. Okay, that's actually pretty good.
I'm just trying to see if there's any other pal that does something with like picking up eggs. And I haven't found any so far.
Oh my god, you're right. I totally forgot. I should have had the Braloha walking around this entire time.
Aloha?
Yeah.
Now that's just while it's in your base, the egg production speed of pals assigned to breeding farms are increased.
Oh.
I was more meaning just like picking up eggs from the breeding farm.
Oh, I don't know.
Green tail. That cat. Have I even caught a green tail? Number 70. Tell me if I've caught one. I have caught 2 green tails. Okay, yes, you want green tail. You want a green tail and a bronze cherry in your egg pickup party.
Grintail.
Green tail has a 50% chance
But I'm not.
to double the egg
I
when you
mean,
pick it up.
does it kind of like pick it up from the farm?
Yep.
Oh.
Bronze cherry affects that, and green tail affects that too.
Good to know. We'll just put a Grintail in my party. Why not?
I'm making a specific just egg pickup party. I sort of want to put shake that ass for me. I want the party to be like egg pickup plus slash sell party.
You said Bronze Cherry Alpha?
Bronze cherry, yeah, has a chance of making them alpha eggs, and it actually goes off very regularly. The green tail, bronze cherry, and then I want to sort by like noble. And then have these 3.
King, so I know. Sexy as can be. Never mind, no, it won't be.
Nice. I'm generating ancient civilization cores from the expeditions now.
Nice.
Oh, oh, cool.
What?
I also get Blazemont roof slab fragments
Good.
from the research center one. This is my
Hey, come to my base really quick.
right. Rename egg.
You wanna come to my base real quick, babe?
Give me a sec. Pick up slash sell. Your base.
Yeah.
Actually, on my way, on my way. Hey, honey.
All right, come along.
Coming along?
Yes,
Where are we going?
it's nighttime.
Oh. Oh. She's seen us. She's gonna run away now. Oh, both of them are here at nighttime. Oh, cool. That Lylene Noct has some really good stats.
You could see them?
Yep.
Oh.
"98, 82, 64."
I don't know what that means.
Out of 100. Oh, max. So 98 and 82, really good. 64. This is like talent growth.
Now it's
Nice.
mine, and it's a hooligan.
I didn't say anything about the passives, but
Do you want to fight this bitch?
may as well. May as well.
Where did this brown cherry come from?
That's mine.
Oh. Liam is so extra.
I got all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just, if I look at pals, when the health bar pops up, it has like 3 stats beneath it.
Oh.
The talent growth offer health, attack, and defense. So I think like at each level up.
Yeah. Anyways, that was all.
increase
I just know that you were talking about before wanting to get wanting to be there for that, and you had missed it.
Yeah.
Like how much flour I have here.
Fucking hell.
Isn't she cute though? Look at her. Look at her. Look at Gummy.
Oh, he's so cute, and I love how she sprays water.
Mm-hmm.
I love how they all have different stuff. I could tell you which one of your pals have a good talent growth. Oh, get Herbie out.
Oh
I
my
want to
god.
see what his talent growth is. Oh, yeah.
What?
95 health, 71 attack. His defense isn't good, so that's why he dies so quick sometimes.
Oh.
His defense is 10 growth.
Herbie's like, I got this. I'm gonna harvest. I didn't even know he was a harvester.
Yeah, you've got a lot of good stat pals. A lot of them have 2 stats at least in green.
What are you doing, Herbie? Where did you put that, Herbie? Okay. All right, Herbie's doing a good job. I didn't even know he was a transporter, but apparently he's like, all right. He's like your Wumpa Baton's gonna sleep. Don't worry, I got you, fam. Look at these breeding pals fucking sleeping, lazy bitches.
Yuzu is amazing.
Hmm?
Yuzu's talent is amazing.
Is it?
Yeah. All 3 are green. 93, 76, 93.
Oh.
There's 7 things you can track, but 3 of them are hidden with when you're breeding.
Yeah.
And as long as what you're breeding, you like swap out for like if it increases. If the parents have good hidden stats, then the child will have potentially even better. Mm,
Okay, cool.
yeah, I'm gonna thank you for that, my love.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go fight the menacing terror.
Okay.
John Cherry should destroy it.
Yeah.
This Bron Cherry is great with hidden stats. This is cool.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see.
The line lean that's there now is good. I like things like this. Fucking tacos.
Thank you very much. Okay. So our new gatherer. Positive thinker, that's fine. I'm fine with positive thinker. And max stamina. I mean, weird. Defense, I'm fine with that. Increase in earth attack damage. Odd.
Oh, that's what that is. Oh, wow.
Love you very, very much. Let's just give her insomnia.
Listening. Mhm.
And at some point we will do the mass breeding again of trash. Get more money, swap out some skills, you know.
Hmm. Oh, a dumb on guild out here in the wild.
Oh yeah, I found one on a volcano. It was really cool. I
Yeah,
was really excited about it.
let's caught it.
Nice.
I would have been more excited if you didn't already have one in the farming base.
Oh yeah.
Ranch, yeah.
I will take weight, I guess. I have 2,000 weight.
Yeah, hell's if a Lux's all cool. Legendary. Yeah, legendary spheres on the beach. Also fun. Oh, they caught it
There's
as
one more
soon as
egg
you.
coming, so I'll wait until that one's done. Oh wait, I was gonna name her Sakura. I'll just name her Cherry.
Oh,
Cherry.
don't mind me interrupting this shroomer fight.
Hmm?
A couple of shroomers just having a fight on the beach.
Yes, I do. It's
I
currently
have
countering the
interrupted it.
Schumer not.
Another killer? Yeah.
The fuck is the Berloha doing? What you doing? Stop mining! What are you mining? There's nothing to mine here, bruh. What are you mining?
Nice. This beach here actually spawns Dumud guilds, pretty common for them.
You ain't gotta do nothing, bruh, but exist. Exist here. Your whole purpose is to make sure that eggs get spawned more often. That's it. Okay? You don't have to mine. You're good. You can just exist, live your life, have fun. Speaking of existing and just having fun, I think I should probably do Lulu next.
Suit seal? You just got attacked by a suit seer and it downed some of your
I
pals?
did what? Oh no.
Suit seer came into your base and messed you up. Well, not you,
Fuck 'em
but
up.
your gummy.
Gummy and cherry.
And cherry, yeah. I'm loving your base.
I know, me too. I'm having a good time.
I genuinely think the fact that I didn't make a base over there in Sakurajima is good. You have it's not a massive island,
Mm-mm.
and where you built the base is like one of the only good spots. Like, I could build one in the swamp, but then that's gonna be a base that wouldn't be entirely made out of rumors. And oh yes, while I'm here, I will the Blazemart Ryu is a level 55 raid boss. Oh,
Mm. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute.
yeah. I got it.
I just thought of something too.
Hmm?
So, like, let's take Patalia, for example. Or not Patalia, Pernalia, which I still fucking need to name, it seems. I can enhance the work speed. I should probably go to the workshop to do that, because that's where all my power souls are. What was I gonna name my Pernalia?
I don't remember. Is it listed?
I have it written in my notes from recent. I don't know.
Sorry, Pangala, you've been around for so long, but now, unfortunately, you are leaving my base. I know.
Pingullet?
Yeah, that pink gullet with insomnia I got really early.
Yeah. I'll look it up. Let me see, what was I gonna name it? I put it in Discord. Um,
Still search minerals. Twenty-four, 12, 83.
Cornelia is gonna be Saturn. Like from
Oh yes, from Sailor Moon.
Yep.
Yes. Ooh.
Farm. Fire farm. Helpful breeding. Oh, I should probably put. I guess these two can be breeding. Yeah. I know you're unconscious and everything, but like, I'm just gonna like go ahead and condense everything into you now.
Give me the energy of my family.
I think the issue is just because like they're on such a low level right now. I might go through and like kill a boss or something while they're in my inventory later. Do I have to have Grintail saddle? Yeah, I have to have Grintail saddle. I don't even have Grintail saddle.
I don't
Or
have a.
Bronze Cherry saddle.
Oh no.
Oh lord, hold on.
Bronze Cherry saddle is very easy to build. Don't think I have Grintail saddle either.
Let's see.
Probably quite early.
Okay, found Grintail.
Grintail's just leather and
Easy. Okay.
palladium.
Where's
Palladium.
Bronze Cherry? Do I already have her saddle unlocked? No, I don't. There it is.
33 Bronze Cherry.
Found.
It's also very easy. Had fiber and some ingots for that.
I was sitting there going like, it doesn't feel like it's doing anything. That's because it wasn't.
I need to get Coralum.
So you're gonna go on the grind?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about I needed to do it too, but I forgot why.
Well, any weapon.
Nope. It wasn't a weapon reason. Oh, it was for the Japanese style hot spring.
Yes, that does use some. Oh.
Ooh, buddy. I was like, I don't think it was something like a weapon. Doesn't sound like me at all. Decorating. Yeah, that's it.
Oh yes, get my
Okay,
hell
they looks
team.
they're healthy again, or at least they're healing now. That's good.
Hell team, but then I swap out. I may as well swap out Natilius for. Which thing did I need again? What element do I need? What drop chance increase? Is it the Elphidron?
No, it is your Fingalop Lux or whatever it's called.
Fingalop Lux. Fin-
Oh my god, I just picked up 4 eggs that are actually 2. See, that changed immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have so many of these guys because I just gonna have to level up so many of them. So I'm just gonna like basically have the Blazemots running forever. What was I doing? Right. Do I have enough points to give you insomnia? And by points, I mean money.
What is I was hunting again? The whale lascars?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Basically, I'm working on getting everything in my base insomnia. I'm such a bitch.
Mm-hmm. 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 I wonder is drop increase.
All right, I'm gonna do the same thing with Renjishi too, because I need a bunch of them for the workshop as well. I mean, I only need 4 technically, but is there anything else I need for this space? Lulu, that's what I needed. Tell Ignis I got. It's did Gloopy for watering instead of. I was gonna use Ophidius for the watering, but I'm not gonna do that. Use Gloopy for watering, and then Wistella for medicine. Still, I could still use for medicine, but oh my god, Broncherry's mystery enlarges the egg. Does it? I mean, it was already huge. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Pattern gummy, Terry. Wumpo. What was I gonna name Wumpo? Is it a boy? Boy Wumpo.
Oh. At 62, you get the powerful fishing magnet, which is used for high-level salvage.
I'm gonna name him Clover. Yeah, I'm gonna pull Lulu out. Where am I? Technically, I have 2 farms. I have 2 Lulus. Maybe I just need to work on making some money. I'm just gonna pull the fire boys out. Why do you guys walk like that? Why you guys move like that? You guys look so stupid. Just- You guys wanna dance? Well, I'll dance with you. You guys look so dumb.
We don't have a Phalaris.
I love the Berloha. He's just like, "Eh." You just what got out of my life. Yeah. My gosh, the cake's being made so fast because all 4 of them are doing it at the same time. That's incredible. They've already made 2 cakes and I literally just
Right.
started it.
Do I not have another Fangalope Locks? I don't. I just got the one.
I have one. Are you trying to breed it or something? You've got the
I was just
good
trying to take
one.
it on.
You've got the good one.
Yeah, I got the really good one. The other one we need to get is we need to get the Phalaris.
Okay, for
That makes ice pearls drop more, and the way Alaska is ice water.
yeah, I don't know. When I was looking it up, it was talking about how it only really worked for, or it only counted as ice. I think it's the same way that like it depends on what kind of egg it would come in, maybe.
Oh, okay. Generation. What can replace here?
guys are all fucking lazy.
Okay, so these are all done. Like that bat.
Puffy, where are you going? Puffy's like, I'm transporting something into this wall. Oh, it was transporting oil.
Nice.
He carries it on his head. In his puff. In his puff hair. He's like,
Oh,
I've
that is
got this.
Cool. Any- Nails seem to be very rare with Bellinor. Nails seem to be very rare when breeding Bellinor.
Where are you?
Do 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 do.
Oh my god.
Just needs to be in my party, right? Oh, oh, I need to make it saddle.
Four.
Fingerlobe blocks to the effect to even work.
Oh my god, really?
Yep.
So I was doing that all day yesterday and it wasn't working?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no. Surely, hold on. No, I had a Flamingo Block saddle.
Okay, you have the saddle. I don't. I thought. I remember you talking about saddles. I need one more. One more. I may as well go via that bounty. I just need one more technology point. Oh, pardon me.
Okay, so you can sell bounty tickets for 2,000 gold each.
Oh, okay. So that's what you do with the excess you get,
Yeah.
I guess.
So I just sold, and then I just got 58,000. Makes it so I can like exchange these guys' skills.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah. You can just exchange it. Yeah. Guess that's a good money generation. Just fly around, do all the bounties.
Yeah. All right, Lulu, get to work. Lulu, a bed. I don't even know why everybody needs beds. Nobody sleeps in them. Everybody's an insomniac, but apparently, if you don't have a bed, you're gonna get stressed. I guess even if I'm an insomniac, I still like the idea of having a bed.
True. Yes. Yeah.
I like the option, you know.
The option for a coma. Upstairs. Wow.
God damn it.
Yeah. What's that? Let's see. What the hell's that? Hmm.
As I was walking, I basically it took me a minute to get all of the what I needed to make a couple beds over here, but not like just getting just the right materials, right? And as I turned to walk away and leave to go back to my base with these
Yeah.
materials, I accidentally clicked on the chest and it put all the things that I just picked up back in the chest.
Oh no.
So I was like, oh, fucking ass.
Oh no.
Ever. They're so funny. They just have you seen these guys?
Which guys?
My what are they called? The Rinjishis, right? They're just bouncing around in the the way they move. The way they move is so funny. They're just jumping. They're just bouncing around on one foot. Oh, that's so funny.
They're cute.
Okay. I want to leave those there. I want to work on some bounties, get some more money. I think the base is pretty self-sufficient right now. Let me see. I think have to level up a bunch of trash babies at some point, but I could do that now, actually.
Trash baby levels.
But I need to get like a base baby first. Like that's not trash. I can diet lover artisan. Okay. Okay, so let's get a Prunellia baby. I just need another female. You good, babe? Damn.
The demons have escaped.
I'm gonna wait here long enough to get a what other kind of should I get a Petalia baby as well? Yeah, I think so. So I need a female egg for each of these. So that I could just breed a bunch of trash. And then I'm just gonna leave it there.
That's fair, yeah. Don't need to get I think you can just leave things passive, no?
Yeah, because I've got a bunch of cakes in these. Well, I had a bunch of cakes in them. They just cooked 54 cakes.
Lots of cake. Cake goes so fast now if you got 4 people working on the oven.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I only need enough like of these guys to get the 4 stars, and then
Okay, after I catch one more whale Alaska, I can just kill them. Catching them is completely fine though. You still get the rewards. And you can even butcher them for more rewards if you so chose.
but that's why I want to like because all the cakes that I'm gonna need for all the breeding and shit that I gotta do. I want to make
Yeah.
sure I have the best fucking breeder, like bakers as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll get the G.
Actually, speaking of
Okay.
that, I have 4 applied branching books.
40 and halfway there. Is it 2 ore per ingot?
Huh?
The coralum ore. It's 2 per ingot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, if they're dropping like 2 to 3, this would be so fucking long.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I increased Guard's proficiency at ranching.
Oh, nice. Yep, yep. More honey. Good, good, good.
I increased chickpeas twice. That's what happens. I got all those ranching books. Might as well fucking use them, right?
Yeah, true, yeah.
Mazzarina. So their ranching is Mazzarina's 4, Chickabee's 4, and Guard's 4.
Okay, I see. Okay, that's actually pretty good.
And Chickapee and Mazzarina are leveled up, or 1 star, but not Guard.
Hiccupy and okay, okay. That's part of the reason why I like get 4-star for like all of them is just so I can level them up and then put books in them and just like not care. Those ones I want to like the ranch friggin' creatures I want to get to 10 ranch in and the creatures that buff all the others in the base.
Hmm.
I want to get one of their abilities up to 10 because they're always going to be my base.
Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck is in the water? These Prunellias are breeding like crazy.
That's great if they have. Do they have philanthropist?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yep, one does.
okay.
I
The
was
the
like, that explains it. I was like, damn, they're going so fast.
yeah.
I'm like, I look over every 2 seconds, there's a new egg.
It does go so fast.
It
Yeah.
doesn't help the or it helps that the Brawlhalla's walking around too, or Beloha. Where is he?
Imagine if you had the blowhard at 4 stars.
Oh yeah,
That would be even better.
I should do that. But like, I'm not like literally. That is like the least of my concern.
No, no, like philanthropist by itself is good enough. I believe I read that with a philanthropist on both pals and a maxed Braloha,
Mm-hmm.
it is 1 minute 15 seconds per egg.
Really?
Yeah.
What's this? Oh, this is Herbie. Herbie, when did you get out of? When did you get out of my inventory?
He wants out. He wants freedom.
Yes, he wants freedom in a box.
Oh, he wants enslavement. He wants a box. He likes box. He's safe. Okay, one more way, let's go.
Oh, look, another egg. And two of the ones I've picked up from Pernelia have been alphas.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
Does that count towards more for like compressing?
They don't count towards more for compressor, no.
Yeah, damn.
The only thing that does is if it has a style.
I literally just need like a female egg hatched for each of these and then I could put the two back to work. Okay. Well, whatever just hatched, that Pernelia that just hatched is a philanthropist.
Nice.
Please be female.
I
Yes.
just got a second Achilles. So we can breed them now.
Nice. Okay. So this Pernelia just is a philanthropist now.
They're gonna fuck.
Like a lot. They're both philanthropists. Go through all your trash eggs. Saturn's gonna get back to work.
Okay, if I go here, queue up some Harlem. And I can put you back in place of that one. And I'll put you on nourishing.
What's today?
Tuesday.
Okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't Wednesday.
Nice.
Gonna have to
You
get
know,
stabooed at some point.
what could I add to my base stat? Honestly, I don't know. Another. Let me check my resources. Oh, something could be working on sulfur. I need more sulfur. Yeah, work on sulfur. Thank you. Yeah, I might get myself another one of my laser mounts in. They're just so good, and you need so many for kindling anyway. Yeah, I will be right back.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I just need more partner skills that have anything to do with eggs. Right, egg. And that did not register. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna let you borrow one of my birds.
Oh. A short the time it takes thinking. Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You can't keep because I need to breed them still, but I will bring to your base.
You don't have to. It's fine right now.
Do I need a saddle for that? I mean, it's an added base skill, right? So it's like, do I need a saddle for it?
If it says you need to run, like can be mounted, then yeah,
Oh, okay,
I think so.
that's fine. So I will find saddle. Where's saddle? Oh, damn. Okay, never mind. And he's working anyway, so I might as well. I picked up 6 eggs. There were only 2 on the ground. I'm so confused.
That is a bit confusing. Grintel should only like duplicated
Yeah,
once. Can the effect fire more than once
I
on an
don't
egg?
know.
That's cool if it can.
Oh my god. You guys gotta calm down, okay? Y'all gotta calm down. I know you like each other, but you guys got a problem. Oh my, so many.
Express. Wait, Ignis Rage? Ooh, Ignis Rage could be interesting.
Oh, right. Like everybody's waiting for Cherry to come over here and harvest. But nobody's fucking look at but she's trying to breed, so
Oh, yeah, I need to check if these Bellinors I have just hatched are better. Any men? Are you?
okay, so
Ooh. 95, 36, 87.
I don't want to leave until the Patalia is able to get back to work. That's what I'm looking out for right now. And this one technically. What we got? Cornelia.
Can you craft the pale gender reversal things, or do you have to buy them?
I think you just have to buy them. I don't think I've seen a recipe for it. They both male, you whore. Of course they were. And alphas. They were both alphas, too. Me, you, and the dance floor.
Oh wait, I'm gonna go fishing once my Neptilius is done for like salvage.
Okay. I would love to do that, but I don't have a saddle for my water mount.
Yeah.
She's a bit late. I don't have the sky shit, I think. Soar light. Time is it?
It's almost 10.
Okay. Fuck. There he is. Okay, that's a lot of that, but please be a female. Okay. Okay, thank goodness.
May as well. Not used for anything else.
Yeah. There we go. Like, yes, we can work again.
Tomorrow's morning. I'm so glad you can add insomnia.
Mm-hmm. It is so nice. Please just work at night. Count how many spaces there were. Oh, looks like perfect. No, not perfect. Almost perfect. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ, guys. Get a hobby.
I think they're participating in their hobby.
Apparently.
Flowers. If that's the case, gonna set this to make as much flour as I can, -1.
I will say, probably one of the best things I've built for my base is this, what is it called? Palbox control device.
Yeah.
Because, like, otherwise I'd have to walk up and down stairs every single fucking time I needed to do anything.
Yeah, I saw you do that. I have one right at the top by my by my breeding farm.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so nice.
It is so nice. Otherwise, you'd have to walk downstairs every single time. Okay, I want to do some bounties, but I have to pee, so I'm gonna go pee real quick and then stretch because I really need to do that, and then I'll pee. No, but
Honestly, I'm gonna build another one by my surgery table. Rather than trying to get these ones to perfection, these are going to be marked as breeding pals. I want neutral. I need to catch more woolly pops.
I forgot to do that. I'll do it later. It's not a big deal at the moment.
What'd you forget? Ah. Yeah, it's not a big deal right now.
Okay. Check on the eggs. One last check on the eggs before we head out to do bounty things. For sure. Okay, good. We got 2 of those.
This is.
It looks like there's one down south.
Okay, so if I instead have
I miss you, babe. Maybe it'd be better if I was holding, my sword and not my pickaxe.
maybe, yeah, maybe. Oh, I know what I want. Where are they? Fuck. They all went to the
Oh, the expedition.
yeah, they all went on the expedition. I think I was
Damn.
kind of free. I'm looking for things to breed, and they're just all on expeditions.
Shelter looks like it's gonna be the next place. This beat is sick. I want to take a ride. I need a disco stick. I remember leaving therapy one day and this song being on the radio in the car. I mean, just dancing to it and being like, "Oh my god, it sounds so dirty. I didn't even realize."
My rib bunnies I have are males. Oh, surely I've got one here. Nope. There we go. Breeding some clovies.
Oh, yep, that's what I needed. I needed a legendary sphere for this level 30 something.
You're still not done with this Nephilia saddle? Dang.
Feels weird you not being upside down. How dare you not be upside down, Tristan?
Okay.
He's like,
That better? I'm upside down now. Welcome in, Whipper. How you doing?
you said so much better. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Whee!
Fucking love this horse.
He says being restored to the valley. Oh my god, dude, valley player. Do I have this?
I don't think. Oh, okay. See, you were referencing Kung Fu Panda. He said Stardew Valley, and for some reason I was thinking Terraria.
Let's go, 3 different valleys. Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda is a good dog.
Best dog.
It is peak. Kung Fu Panda is indeed peak.
I haven't seen it. You would think I would, since my favorite animal is a panda, but for some reason, I don't know. It just doesn't.
They go downhill. The first one's amazing. The second one's good.
Well, here's me. Okay, so like,
Third one,
I
insane.
am much more a fan of like. Okay, so like, let me show you. When it comes to like a Kung Fu Panda, this is not what I'm looking for, right? But this is not what I'm looking for, but fuck is she? She be right under the center. She's brand new.
She might be later.
Yeah. I don't know.
She is earlier. They may have reworked the numbers.
Possibly.
Did they skip numbers?
Okay, but the needle's back here, and that's new. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for in a Kung Fu Panda. I don't know. I just like I like the idea of a Kung Fu Panda, but like more Kung Fu and less like goop. I don't know. It's like really it's goofy. I don't know. And I know it's meant to be. It's a freaking cartoon, but I don't know.
Um,
It's dumb.
it is very dumb.
Rude.
No,
I was
but
talking about my opinion.
oh, your opinion is valid.
I know it's not like meant to be a serious movie about a panda who does kung fu.
Say that again. Yeah, yeah, you know what? I'm getting so much imaginary money, Monopoly bucks. Yay! Where do you spend the dog coins again?
At the guys at the church.
Oh yes, the churches. Yes, 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 yes. I keep forgetting. I haven't been. I've got a good amount of dog coins,
Oh
and I haven't been
fuck.
to a church in a while. Church.
Take me to
Maybe one
church.
day we'll go to a sanctuary.
I know, that's what I was thinking too, as I'm like looking over the map and I'm going like, oh, the bounties, and I'm like, oh, man, we should probably go to a sanctuary soon.
Open call so I can play again. Oh, so I can play. That was meant for... at least you didn't dock yourself or something. Uh,
G for a
man,
while.
I can get some good
Doing
stuff.
dirty stuffs. Oh yeah, that's what you mean by play. Totally thought you meant like Palworld or something, but no. Ooh, it's Jessie time. I don't know what's wrong with me, dude.
You are perfect. I love you
I'm
so
over here
much.
trying to be all like, haha, and it just comes out so wrong.
Being all ha 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 ha.
Shut up. Palworld and chill. Palworld in the background. I love that. Who's to say that's not what we're doing? There's bots actually playing us right now.
You're not supposed to know that.
Oh, you thought I was this good at this game? Hell no.
Yeah, to be fair.
You did say he was in arms reach. He is. I mean,
Yeah.
like
We're holding
holding hands reach.
We
Oh
can't
my
touch
god,
it.
babe, why are your hands so cold?
I'm underneath the aircon.
Oh, right.
I thought we discussed this.
I forget. It's warm on my side.
That's why you craft a lot, huh? Yeah, yeah. You know it. Did they tell me what I need? No.
And I write you a love song, 'cause you asked for it, 'cause you need one. And I write you a love song,
Have
'cause
fun
you
with her.
tell me. Make a
Thank
pretty
you for the
face.
lurkies. We
Thank you
really
for the lurkies. Enjoy your game.
much love to the best trash. Oh, thank you. Oh, Palworld was such a good idea.
Mm-hmm. I'll leave the light on. All right.
Ooh. Okay. Gonna be a good option. That's gonna be the best option.
Cause you asked for it, cause you need one. You say
You know my
you're not
Fangalope
gonna
block?
let you a love song. Yep.
I use my dog coins to buy
Is that why you want a love song? Cause you asked for
a Starfruit 3 and a Starfruit 4.
it. Oh.
Now
4-star Fangalope blocks.
Oh my god. So what's the bonus now?
The
Like
bonus
80?
now is 80%.
That's incredible.
Oh, its ride speed also increases by 20%. It's one of the ones that gain ride speed as it levels up. I was sort of hoping some of the dog coins would be spent on getting money, but you can't get money from dog coins.
No.
Yeah.
No, use those to get books, babe. That's what I'm using them for, at least. It's 300 dog coins per book.
I know. I'm ready to do whatever you need to do.
Jocelyn Shady.
When.
What are we talking about? Could see it from my shadow. Wanna jump up in my Lamborghini Gallardo. Maybe go to my place and just kick it like Carlo. And we bend you over. Yeah, watch you
You
smack
are
that
my
all on the
love.
floor. Smack that. Give me some more. Smack that. Give me some more. Smack that. Oh, oh, smack that. Give me some more. Smack that. Give me some more. Smack that. Till you get sore. Smack that. Oh. Oh my god, I was singing and freaking the Spotify's like, no, 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 that's not allowed. Oh, I was just on fire a second ago. Oops. Ah, oh my god, am I not allowed to be on my horse and pick something up at the same time? Jesus.
Is your Spotify connected to your Discord?
I don't know.
Settings connections.
User settings. Connections. Streamer mode enabled. Cancel. Connections. Yeah.
If you disconnect that, it might they'll no longer communicate, and it might stop that from happening.
Okay. Well, hopefully that works.
Want to do bounties?
Yeah, I was getting ready to do this level 57 gnaw in Fabric.
Ooh.
You want to join me in Fabric just to do Fabric things?
Yeah, we haven't done much Fabric anything.
You want to help me with this level 60 Alma School?
I would be more than happy to help you with it.
Because right now, like basically that guy who's at the camp, he calls me a scrub because I haven't killed 100 things. You know, he's like, come back when you killed 100. Oh my god.
Which camp? The small camp?
Yeah,
Wow.
he's so rude. He's like, I see you've killed like 60 something bosses, but like, come back when you killed 100. I'm like, wow, rude. However, the guy where I've like caught over 100 pounds now, he refuses to give me anything more. He's like, 100, cool. I'll mention you in my book. Thanks.
Yeah, the other there's another one for like action, and it goes up by every 100. total rather than like species. Okay, you ready?
Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't even touch him. Bro, you were supposed to fight him first. Why are you targeting everybody else but him? Oh, okay. Guess that works. Oh, is he still alive? Damn.
Oh, he teleported, I think. No. Ancient civilization parts, nice.
Okay, so now I'm headed towards. Actually, I want to get that over here, I guess.
Is a shrine over here? Oh, there is a shrine up.
And there's a bounty over here too.
Yeah. Didn't I get then you should have put a ring on it? I did.
You're so dumb. I love you.
He said, "You're mine. I'm taking you home with me."
You did. All the way to fucking Australia. Okay, alright. Come along. Let's go find Bounty Guy. What's his name? I don't know. Nobody knows his name. Nobody cares.
The name.
Is that it?
What? Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Around the
Oh,
bend.
cool. We got a schematic tower as well up here.
Oh. Oh, I didn't see.
We'll get the bounty first.
Where is he?
Oh, we passed it. Oh, he's below. He's in a cave.
Oh, of course he is.
Okay, we'll get the schematic tower
Oh, it
first.
looks like I got that one already.
Ah, you did explore over here a while ago, so yeah, it makes sense. A Fidrin ring.
Okay, so what do we do? Just like this way?
Yeah, possibly off this way. Ooh.
Wee. Oh yeah, I see a cave. There we go.
Give me a second.
Running. Are you here?
I'm above.
I'm over
I'm
here.
fighting, sorry.
He's rude.
Never mind. Okay, I came back. Wee! Hello!
I'm your pirate hat. You hate it?
I'm sorry, I took it off because it's such a low level. I want a higher level one.
There's no higher level pirate hat.
I know. But the defense.
Yeah, I realized that the defense was pretty low, but I didn't really care about because I wanted bunny ears and not the ugly thing that was blocking half my face.
I could put it back on now because I've upgraded my armor to a point that it actually does something.
Yeah, I'm like the like it's negligible the amount of stuff for the
Yeah.
helmet. And I think they know that shit too, so that's why they don't really care.
Watch this. Go. Bwom. Beam. Oh, cool. You attack the regular guys and not the boss.
My bad. Look, it wasn't my fault.
Not your fault, my Belanoir. Okay, that works.
Damn, they're really good.
How many do you get?
Ooh. Ooh, I got a diamond. I get a Xenolord slab fragment.
Oh, I got a diamond and a Heartblossom slab fragment. Cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my Belanoir is a 4-star as well. I've been breeding so many of them.
Oh, that's amazing.
The active skill, like Yuma's active skill as well. The ones that are like, it does a 1.1 times damage bonus. At 4 stars, that is a 2.5
I'm gonna look something up really quick because for some reason, my brain was like, I wonder what would happen if Bushi and Bella Noir had a baby. So I want to
phone.
look up what their baby would be. Hold on.
Yeah, I wonder what it is.
All right.
Mhm.
So parent 1 would be Bushi Knocked. And parent 2 would be Belenois. And their baby would be a Gildane.
Oh, isn't that the mummy?
No,
No,
no, that's a horse.
that's a horse.
It's actually a
Oh,
very common horse in Fabric. So
Gil
disappointing how common, really.
Gildane, Gildane. I feel like I remember reading Gildane as one of like a really good
It's a good gatherer.
good gatherer.
Oh my god, look, it's a fucking Celestier. God
Hey,
damn it.
friend.
Didn't see one of those bitches. Fuck you. Okay, we're good.
I think Gildane is a pretty good mount, like a ground mount. Well, I caught that Celestia, so oh, jewelry. You have a good passive for my adventures later.
Ooh, there's a schematic tower over here.
Oh, nice. I am just catching this jewelry first.
Okay.
Yeah, got it. Basically, the jewelry passive makes it so the selvage in the water, you get a lot more of.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, you can't fly here.
I'm trying to jump. Jump. Nope, nope, totally not. Totally not on my mount. Of course, I would never be.
Oh,
Oh,
hey, honey. Is this a rock one?
yeah, I already got it.
Lord of the Seas baton. Oh, there's two friggin' effigies here. Tansy, up on that cliff. And then over here is a. Don't know what that does.
I didn't get the effigies. I missed them. I'm over here now. Is that you all the way? Are you on a Neptilius right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh no, it's just a wild one. Doesn't seem that fast right now.
Okay. Here is the camp over here, babe. I remember this camp. This camp was here, right? I'm gonna tell you something about this camp. In single player, I literally sat here from the time that I saw the sun going down, and I was like, I'm gonna wait until they go to sleep, and then I'm gonna break in and hack the thing. They never went to sleep. I literally sat here and stared at them all night.
Oh no.
But look, now they're asleep. Look at that shit.
Wow, they
Isn't that
are.
fucking nice? Oh shit, it's daytime. Run! Run! God, you couldn't let me have that one. It has been hacked.
Nice, Tablowy. Do you want this caged
Yeah,
creature?
take it. But guess what? Now we can fly again.
We can fly in this region.
Whee! I'm just gonna.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't explored any of this area down here. I'm not sure if you have.
I have not.
Nice.
I love how zoomy I am. Love my frickin' frosty horse. Oh, there's a shrine over here.
Oh, there is. Nice.
Where? Oh, still straight. There it is.
I see another schematic tower up the hill.
Okay, let's go to that.
Yeah.
I want to follow this path though.
Oh, what is that creature? I'm getting some new creatures.
Are we? Where?
There's one behind us. There's like a.
Oh, I got that already.
Oh,
Not that one specifically. It was, I think it was in the volcano.
probably.
Okay, what is it now? Like the way you do it, right there, right there. Oh. Ah, rude.
He got exploded. Wandering merchant shop. Oh, what does that do?
Ah.
Oh, the German Tide Ignis. That's handy.
Oh. Don't mind me. Well, there was a chance. It was a pretty low one, but it was a chance.
I might have done a little bit too much damage.
Damn.
Don't worry, there's another one.
Oh shit, no.
No!
I had a mercy hit on it, babe.
I'm sorry.
I'll never have a Yormtide Ignis.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was the new creature I've seen in this area.
Yeah, I haven't gotten one of those yet.
Neither have I. We've killed two. I'm proud of us.
Okay.
And by us, I mean me. Oh, wow.
Huh.
That's a cool looking. Like, the blaze house pretty cool looking from above. I don't see it too much because in my base it's too fucking
Yeah.
grand.
Mm-hmm. Do it right there, right there.
Bye-bye. Get fired.
Okay, so there's a boss coming up and a bounty. And a shrine, question mark? Yeah, there's a shrine, but it looks like I've got that shrine.
I do not have that shrine. I remember you flying through this area. I believe
I
up
don't
on
think
one of
I
these.
didn't go this far. I probably came from the other direction.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's all.
so it's a Kitsune knocked.
Nice.
Come help
Do you want
me.
to try and catch it or kill it?
Well, it's up to you. What do you want to do? I've already caught one. What's the game plan?
Game plan.
Okay.
Let's see if that catches it. Otherwise, I'm killing it. 24% chance. It's alive. No.
Pulled it back so you had a chance. There you
No, reloading my musket.
go. I leveled up. I'm level
Nice.
79.
Nice. I wish I earned XP.
Are you out now? You're already level 80?
I think I got to level 80 when you were 73.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Whatever. I
But
still
yeah.
get the satisfaction of leveling, so fuck you.
Mm-hmm. It really is a fuck me moment. Oh, Prenelia. I haven't caught one of them yet. Do I want to? 13%
I don't
chance.
know if I
No.
want a Prunelli. I have so many at home.
I need to. Oh, there's another boss
That
just left
actually
of those.
reminds me, speaking of which, I will be right back.
Egg.
I have to go check those eggs. There's gonna be so many.
Same. I need to go check my eggs, and I hope there's so many because that's why. Nom, 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 nom. Brittany, bitch. Are these good? Oh, sure. Go up, get my egg collection team going.
Oh my god.
Use this one. Oh, none of them can be. Okay, I'm not collecting those eggs. Literally all of them are in an adventure.
I literally just filled up this thing with Pernelia, or not Pernelia eggs, cherry eggs. Oh my god! Babe,
Holy shit, that's lagging.
it hasn't even looked like oh, just give me a minute. I have to go empty out my pockets.
That diamond's gonna sell for a lot. Oh, I'm curious what the this charm does as well. It's like a merchant thing. I feel like it's gonna be
Tell me what it does when you get it.
probably don't have the materials to make it.
It doesn't necessarily mean that. That's not what I asked.
I'm just trying to find it. Where is it? Wandering merchant charm. Oh, okay, so it's a better multi-climate undershirt.
Oh, okay.
It basically is the multi-climate undershirt plus max carrying capacity level 4.
I just picked up 23 eggs. I can't even cook them right now.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Who needs to cook them when you can just have them?
I need to pull one of the patelis out because it might be done.
I need to level up my beer crafting bench because I haven't been able to craft like the ultimate Palworlds are not cutting it anymore. I could actually easily craft that once I get more.
Okay, so Saturn's now 2 stars. 5 more until she gets to 3 stars. About 20-something eggs, so. Anyways, alright, I'm coming back.
I go back to
Or should I wait like 7 minutes?
for the eggs to hatch.
Yeah, because if I hatch these eggs, then I can put the. Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. There's a bounty down there.
There's a bounty and a boss right next to this spot. I can do either one.
Going to the bounty because it's closer. And we're going to be heading in that other direction. Oh, I fucking went the wrong way.
I think it's up on this hill. It's in like the water area. Yeah, there they are. Dazzle. Good old razzle dazzle.
What to do? Yeah.
I accidentally hit the Hell Zephyr. Oh, it's dead.
Aw, just as I throw a legendary spear at it too.
No. Random throw, go. I didn't even hit him. This is a cool tree.
New bus.
Fast time. Beep beep.
Oop, 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 oop.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Is it a Pernellia?
Anti-air.
Ah. It's probably up on that cliff. I feel like I saw one on the cliff from a distance at some point. This way. Is it the... Oh, it's the Starion.
Oh, yeah. Why are we running around so much? Stay still so we can attack you. There, he stayed still so I could attack him. Oh,
Yay! Oh, I got it.
there you go.
That works.
Yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
has a reload blaster on it. I th-
North to that other boss spot.
yeah, yeah. Might be able to see the anti-air thing at some point. I mean, it's not down here, but it's most likely up on one of the cliffs around us. Yeah, pretty knocked. Oh, yeah, the expedition's done.
Alistair.
Fucking hell, that does a lot of damage. Oh, there's a lore bit behind the cellars too.
How did I fly just now? There we go.
I see two effigies and that little thingy. One in here, and then one further up the river, underneath the waterfall. Well, we can fly again,
Oh
apparently.
my god, my horse can swim.
Yeah. Apparently we can fly. You want to just go up?
Yep, that's what I'm going. Hold on. Check my map. South? Want to go around this curve?
We will be running into anti-air if we go that way, but probably. But
Let's go back into purple then.
no, I'm happy if we go that way. Anti-air is we're wanting to take it out. We want to conquer this land.
True.
There's a base here somewhere.
True. I'm thinking about the purple area.
It's big enough though to both have a base here easily.
Honestly, like part of me also wants you to have a base in the cherry blossom biome because like I know that you think it's pretty.
It is very pretty.
Like I'd be happy to help you find a place. We could be neighbors.
We could be neighbors. I would be more than happy, like, just...
Because one's like a cozy base and the other one's a work base, you know.
Mm, yeah.
You
I feel...
gotta have a home.
But yeah, I would be more than happy having a, like, we've got a ranch base. I'll be more than happy to have, like, a base. Like, your main base is your breeding base. I'll be more than happy to have my main base as a ranch base or something.
You have to make it look pretty though.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck is that?
I've lost you. I think
Oh.
I'm heading there.
Hmm.
You're too fast.
Sorry. Not sorry. Ooh, there's a shrine over here.
Over there. Okay. Oh, cool. You're heading west to it? Well, northwest. North, west, west, north. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Milky. See, it just...
It lies. Hello, Milky. It only goes down when you sleep.
Yeah.
We could probably coordinate our sleep so we're like,
Yeah.
so we're streaming 24/7, but like.
Then we wouldn't be able to cuddle with each other at night. And we like cuddling.
We do like cuddling.
Ooh, a new watchtower.
Mm-hmm.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
No, we can't fly.
Not fun.
That's okay. I'll jump.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think down on the. Yeah, I see it down there. Get a nice view of it. This synchronous. Oh, what's there's a couple of islands
Yeah, I
out in the
see
water.
that. See, I started to see the edge of the purple area too. Alright. Oh, look at the map.
Well, that gave a big chunk.
Yes. Okay,
Um,
so there is a, if we go towards the outside, there is a shrine out there, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, unless they changed it, I believe that's a Prunelia boss.
It might be,
And there's a
that's
schematic thing down here too, and yet the air thingy. So we have a lot of reasons to come over here. Ah! Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I slipped.
How are you doing, Milky? It's always nice to see everyone that's part of the community. See all our friends.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's part of the community as long as they want to be.
And aren't rude bitches.
Oh yeah, true. Say the N word in chat.
Yeah.
Fuck those people.
Flame Emperor's Baton. Okay. Northwest. Okay, I see it. Okay, we will take out this first, and then.
Yeah, or we can fly.
Can I hack this one?
What?
Can I hack this one? I know it's just.
Oh, you want to hack it? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, you said hack. I thought you said have. I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah, can I have it? I don't know what Sentinel of the Great Sea does. The skill I can use while mounted, I should probably read in Neptilius.
Can I have this bunny?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't even know what kind of bunny it is,
It's a
but yeah.
bunny botan. I don't have that one yet.
Oh, I do have that one, so yeah. More than happy to let you have that one.
Did you hack it?
Yeah, it's hacked.
Sweet. Super fun, isn't it?
So fun. Funny that they added hack mini games to the schematic towers, but didn't add a mini game to those.
Well, to be fair, the hack mini games came after. Fuck you
True, yeah.
guys.
Well, now we can fly.
To the dance floor. Oh, wow.
Well,
Behind.
and of my wife. Oh,
Who is this?
this is a
Hello?
Hello
Hello? Rock obsessed researcher. Fancy running to a place like this. I didn't think I'd be chatting with anybody but pals all the way out here. Say, have you come across an ore called chromite? Yes. I need mountains of it for my research, but gathering stuff's no easy task, especially for these old bones. Would you be willing to collect some in my place? Naturally, I would pay you for the trouble. That's annoying.
bring materials to
Okay,
him.
yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. I've got a lot of quests I haven't even touched yet.
Yeah, same.
At
So
some
many.
point, I'm gonna go around and do those. Just the same way I do the bounties and the bosses.
Mm-hmm.
Just, oh, well, today's quest day, you know. Eventually, we'll get around to doing the sanctuaries.
That's gonna be our end
I
game.
know. All right. Did you get the thing? Or wait, hold on. We're gonna defeat the Petalia or Prunelia.
Yeah. Should be north from here. Oh yeah, it's in the sealed realm.
Oh,
Oh,
fire, burning fire, burning.
Cryoling's terrors on the beach here.
Oh, right. Oh shit. That's right. I don't kill things. Kill it. There it is. I have to get off my mount for anything to die. But the thing is it makes much more sense for me just to keep the ring on.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I'm like, oh, yeah, cool. You know, if I don't accidentally kill something like this, right? So,
Nice.
thing is, I got the best chance now to catch it.
Yep. Can't get a better chance than that.
Bitch. Okay, it's fine. I can have a better chance. Give me a second.
If it's critical.
Change the spear.
Oh yes, yeah.
I had an ultimate from the ground. There we go. Oh, it's a dainty eater. How lovely.
Nice.
I got.
Sealed realm of the indigo. Yep, this is a Prunelia still.
Oh, yeah. But it feels so bad going in there. I love the Prunellium. She's baby. I don't want to kill her. Oh my god, she brought friends.
Oh my god.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're all grass. You deserve it. I'm sorry. Okay, don't worry. I'm fixing the Pernellia population all by myself.
I'm gonna catch her.
Okay, good luck.
Don't make me run out of these.
Might want to get her down a little bit more.
There we go.
I had to like keep putting him out to make sure he wasn't doing like a super heavy attack. I was like, just do the little one. Just do the little one. Because I was like, I know he's going to do more damage than me.
Oh no. Because we invaded a home.
Because he was a boss. Let's see where we're going.
Oh damn, the stats on Marshmallow are amazing. 82, 71, 72.
You're looking at Marshmallow? Oh, hold on.
Hmm?
There's a thing at this fast travel at this little island.
Ah. Is it fast? Ooh.
I wonder if I can make it. If not, I'll drown. So
Oh, that's what Sentinel of the Great Sea does. Hello.
I don't think I'm gonna make it. Oh shit! I should have just kept going. Oh, it's fine. I hit the ground. I'm gonna go again, but this time I'm not gonna sprint.
I made it.
Well, I'm glad for you. You're probably in the water on a water
Yeah.
mount.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what level things are on this island. Are these the mushrooms we need? Smoky Crest. 62s. Okay, so makes sense. Let's see what the boss is. Oh,
Hmm.
you have this boss.
Do I?
And there's a schematic tower around the back.
I just made it.
Nice.
So what's the boss?
You see.
Is it the Dark Duelith?
Yep.
So cute.
Level 70 as well.
Okay, let's go get this down here. And also, I don't think that we're ready for that. Like, as much as I want to be ready for it, I think we are ready for it, like, level-wise, but our pals are not.
I might try to see how much my Ragnarok does, because even if that dies, it's fine.
Okay. Well.
Oh! This is the thing about the kill.
Oh, I see.
Ow. It grabbed
Did it
me.
die?
No.
Oh, shit. I did Holy
Oh, we
Burst.
got out of range.
Damn it. There we go.
Neptilius does so much fucking damage. Honestly, might be fine fighting it with Neptilius. It just one-shot that thing.
Well, is it weird that I kind of want to, like, I kind of want to try, like, just fighting it from up here.
Yeah?
That way, if I can't beat it, I can... Oh, sorry. Shit. Okay, I'll fight from here. Okay.
Oh! Oh, yeah, well, this is easy.
And then...
Dead.
Yay! It was a good way to not get hit by it.
Oh, effigy, lift monk effigy. And this chest is open now, and yeah, it was a great way to not get hit by it.
I was like, let me just hit it from up here.
Literally, as soon as your attack went off, I saw that it wasn't even at the center of your attack. It was just got hit by the side of it, and it lost a third of its health. And I was like, ah, easy. Yeah. It's probably because we've been fighting level like 60 legendaries, and they're so tanky.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas the regular ones are just not at all.
All right, let's see. Let's go to. I'm gonna go to the Crimson Labyrinth.
Ice organs, okay. Mm-hmm. If you did want to go back to your base for anything, we can at any point.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll go check the eggs.
Perfect. Because you're gonna do that, and definitely because you're gonna do it, and I don't need to.
So, you know all those Petalia eggs I picked up? Not Petalia, Pernelia eggs.
Yeah.
Okay, you see this right here? All these huge verdant eggs?
Uh-huh.
These are the alpha variants that I picked up from that pile.
Getting a lot, huh?
Just that. Okay. That was not even the small one, the normal sized ones.
Was that from the bronze cherries?
No,
Passive
not all
bundle?
of them. Some of them, yes, but not all of them. Put some of my schematics away.
Oh yes, the expedition's done as well, so I can actually get my egg pickup team back out and pick up eggs again.
Yeah, I've just been carrying around my egg picking up team.
I used to. Pick up egg, pick up egg.
I'm gonna go to Curved Red Rock because there's a boss over there.
Where?
The Dazzy Knocked. Did you kill that one already? The boss? Dazzy Knocked? Nearby where?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Then I will wait for you.
Yucky. I will. Oh, when did I get a mysterious mushroom?
I don't know. Maybe you killed something.
We need a lot of them. Eventually.
Maybe you got it from the expedition.
I haven't collected the expedition loot, so probably not.
Oh, I don't know. Oh,
Oh, the Nox dude. The
when you come back here to where I am right now, I found the camp. It's like right on the corner of this like right by you see the shrine I'm at, Curved Red Rock? It's on the tip of that little peninsula thing.
Oh, there's a what there?
The
An
camp
effigy?
for shooting people down.
Oh, okay.
Unless we already did that. Nope, nope.
Mm-mm. I have my wrong pal team. Let's go. Who needs to be able to fly?
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Come along.
Can I have this pal?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's Lulu.
Eh,
We love
I think
Lulu.
that's my first one. My first Lulu. It is, yep.
Here.
Let's go do a wind burst. Wind burst. Whoa.
Fuck 'em up.
Nice.
Alright. Now we can go kill the boss. We can fly there too.
Let's go, Bron Cherry. Sprout wings. Let's fly.
You don't have to. You can just walk around this side.
Fly, Bron Cherry. Fly.
Woo!
God damn it.
Are we just gonna fight with bronze cherries?
And if you
Mine's
want.
only level 67, but I mean, I should be alright. You coming? Yeah.
Let's go.
I don't have a saddle, so no partner skills for me. Well, actually, I do have a saddle. I lied.
I think we might be fine. Oops, it's too far away for this to be effective.
Oh, shit, right. I still do Mercy too.
Never mind, I wasn't too far away. Shark does so much damage. This isn't even a good, like, growth.
Grintail time. Let's go.
Pintail, no!
Why do I write it like this? Oh, Lord.
You know something interesting about, like, Japanese folklore?
What?
You see how Grintail's tail is spinning too?
Yeah.
Um, Japanese folklore on about cats is if they live to be above 100, live to 100,
Yeah.
they will become a yokai, and their tail will spin too, like this.
Oh. I
Yeah.
learned something. Okay, it does look like there is a boss. Not a boss, a bounty. Why am I so high up? Okay.
Eee.
Okay, do you see the bounty over to the east?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's go there.
Rintail.
I'm not saying that these are the pals we're going to use to do it, but we could try.
I believe in Grintail.
Or our fucking egg picking up pals. Hold on, I want to see what his passives are. Philanthropist, he can just breed really well.
Login foreman. Cut down trees.
This way. They're so good. Wait, where are we going? This way?
Yeah, we follow the thread, and then we take the right
Mhm.
once the right path and follow that along. We'll get to the boss, the bounty. Run, 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 run.
He's out of stamina. He doesn't have a lot of stamina, He's fat.
Big chunky.
He could jump pretty high, though. Look at him. He could jump a lot higher than an Azurobe.
Jump. Yeah. Actually, let's see.
Whee! Hold on, yeah. Wait, hold on. By quite a bit, actually.
Jumping, can I ride you too? Nope. Yeah. Grintail's actually got pretty good hops.
Whee!
Straight off this cliff.
Straight off the cliff. Sweet. Let's go.
Whee! I see him down there. He's purple. Billy! Hey, Billy! Tail blast!
Billy, the horse rustler. Go.
Got a horse for you. Its name's Grintail. Oh no, Pyron.
No, you leave him alone.
Ah! Power bomb. Die, Pyron. Actually, I'll catch you. Kill Billy.
To see if I'd be able to catch him.
I actually got
I want Billy. His name is Billy and it amuses me. No, Billy, get back in my pocket. Billy, stay.
I shot him.
Bad Billy.
I shot Billy.
Not Billy. I like his name is Billy. It's just funny.
Apparently Coordinator got
Yes! I got
have-
Billy! And I leveled up to 80.
Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
The Grim Adventures of Billy and Aiko. Oh, lordy. Well,
Jump off the cliff, Brindle, jump.
at least
you
I
can do it.
oh, I can unlock the wing pack now. That's something, I guess.
Yeah, and then you need wing cells to fuel it. But apparently that's the best glider. I mean, it's the max level glider, so I wouldn't doubt it.
You want to be you hear something funny? I
Yeah.
only have the second best glider.
The second best?
I have the common glider, the mega glider is what I have.
Oh. Second worst, you meant.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, I need to go to the Way Shrine and get my flyer back.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna fly to the boss down south. Well, I guess the Shield Dragon Tunnel. By the time that, yeah, that's where I'm going.
By the time I get to the Way Shrine, it's probably gonna respawn after you kill it in one
I'm not gonna
hit.
kill it.
That's what you say.
That is what I
But
say,
I
and that's
know
why I
what
said it.
you think. And it's the opposite of what you say. You're a compulsive liar. You're actually not. You're one of the most honest persons I know.
Fuck!
I am the compulsive liar.
I was like,
No.
excuse me. So rude.
Let's go, Grindel. Run away. It's fucking broke out there. Did I hit? I think I fucking nailed the tree with a pulse spear.
Good job. I'm proud of you.
I'm catching.
Okay, I fell all the way to the ground. I found a finger loop. Oh, I know where I am. This is like really far away from where I was trying to go because it's so far down. There's a cave here. Kind of. What's in here? Oh, it's a shield dragon tunnel.
I think I called it.
Oh, is that what? Oh, there's a boss through here. Never mind. Maybe?
Yep. Do you like my muscular core? Has a 0.3% chance with Mega Fizz.
Oh, congrats.
Just throwing, just spamming as I was running away from it.
Oh, shoot. Oh, it's a
Yes, I
Sylvagus. Cool. I'll wait for you.
Okay.
But yeah, it is in this cave. I didn't know where this was going.
Okay, cool. I finally made it to the Way Shrine.
Okay.
Go back to my base. Okay. Shake, 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 shake.
Shake, shake. So the entire yellow area, whenever I came through here. Oh shit. Stay away from me. I wasn't here to fight you, bruh. Stay away. Look, Tristan told me he wants me to fight. I told Tristan I wasn't gonna fight you without him.
I'm on my way.
Don't make me a liar. Alright. The yellow area when I came through here in my single player world was hot as fuck. Like I could not walk through there. It was hot.
Oh, that's good to know.
Well, no. We've been through it at this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was actually like not that hot for us. Either they changed it or like we're wearing better stuff.
We can't burn if you're still wearing the multi-climate thing.
Yeah.
We can't overheat. And we can't freeze. At least I don't think we can. Ooh, silver
It looks
gets.
cool, doesn't it? I want it.
Does look cool. Guardian Dragon of the
I
Iron.
want it.
Fire. Oh no, thunder. Whoops, I missed. Fireball.
Oh my god.
I saw how much damage. Whoa, it's got a shield. Okay. You got this, honey.
I hope so.
Oh, another diamond. And a Xenolore slab fragment. And a Blazemont View slab
Come
fragment.
on, bitch.
Oh, there's different rare. Oh, no, wait, no.
I ran out of Ultra Balls. I threw a Hyper Ball at it.
Oh, no! Did it actually get in the Hyperball? It's probably caught
No,
it.
this is a legendary one now.
Oh.
But I was trying so hard to get to the ball that I accidentally threw a lesser ball at it. Get in the fucking ball, you bitch. Thank you.
And listen to my code
It's
word.
heavyweight and cheery.
Okay, to the right on top of a cliff.
Okay.
I think. Good thing is we can fly in this area because we've got the stupid Flanders.
The what?
That's the name of the anti-air machine gun.
Stupid
turret.
Flanders?
Stupid Flanders. Stupid sexy Flanders.
I am
quoted-
concerned.
I know you haven't seen The Simpsons.
I mean, I've seen The Simpsons. I just like, or seen some of The Simpsons. I'm just like, I'm seeing I'm picturing Flanders, and I'm not sure how this are relate. I'm so confused.
It's a quote that Homer says to Flanders whenever. No, well, not whenever, but like sometimes. He calls him stupid sexy Flanders.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Now I know.
I see.
Okay, you ready?
I was going to the schematic tower because I hadn't gotten it, but yeah, I'm coming over.
Oh,
Hello. Oh, it's a sealed world. Let's go. Marshmallow and Neptilius. What should I name Neptilius?
Neptune.
Neptune.
I'm very creative, I told you.
Oh, a nightmare.
Excuse me. Can you get in my ball? Just gave it a shot. Dude, excuse me. Excuse
I
me.
know where she is. I'm just
I don't
following her.
either. I'm just okay. Ball. I got something. Nope. Rude. Stay. Stay. Good job, Night Mary.
Good night, Mary. Who's a good night, Mary? You are.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, look. There's a thingy over here. I don't have this one, I don't think. Is it in a cave? Shit, 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 shit.
What is that? Oh, yes, yeah, it's in front of a cave. It's off a cliff. Can't fly here anymore?
No.
Weird. Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's just. Oh, yeah, you just jump off the cliff. It's just directly below
All
us.
the way down? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember getting this one once, and then I deliberately didn't get the thingy because this was while I was exploring a different way from you. And then we go over here to get up to the anti-air thingy. The cliff.
Where?
left.
Oh, I'm like, you're saying this way as if I can see you.
Mhm.
Be very careful. You know what I can do, actually? Somebody's very good at jumping. Let's go.
Yeah, and a lot of this,
This is weirdly effective.
it really is weirdly effective. Like a decent amount of this you can stand on, but unfortunately you have to get up to like the black area.
Nope. All right, you know, fuck it, I'm walking.
Oh, ha, ha, ha. Why do you have Thunderstorm, Neptune? Can I swap that out for something else?
All right, where we going? Let's kick their ass.
Actually, I'm just gonna keep Thunderstorm. Sure, it's fine.
Are you behind me?
Yeah,
Okay, go, go, go.
I'm swimming. There's a group over there. Laser beam.
You want a bunny?
Oh yeah, if I get another one, I can probably breed them. I only have one at my base.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
You already hacked? Yeah, you already hacked.
Yeah.
I like you.
Hmm?
I like you a lot.
Yay.
Yeah.
I like you too. But don't tell anybody. Trying to beat up people and take their money.
Beating up names and taking the people. Okay, so if we go... We can probably fly to the top of the cliff now. We've already done the Nightmare, we did the Silver Geese. Yeah, I honestly think the entire north side of the islands had its, all the AAs taken out. Now we just go more central. I like how we literally, when we land on the island, chose the one spot where there was no anti-air.
I know.
Random go! Oh no! Random go! Random go! Whee!
Yeah.
You're so fast!
I know. I'm so excited.
Not even up to the Nightmare. Just going over it.
You want your horse back so you can use one too?
I don't have its saddle.
Okay. It's expensive. You need coral on for it.
The more expensive thing is the technology points.
Oh really? I have
I mean, right now.
so many.
It
But
is
to be
so
fair, like a lot of the late stuff I haven't unlocked yet because it's like
Mhm.
I don't even know what I'm gonna want later.
Mhm.
I barely know what I want now.
Yeah, I started unlocking all the other stuff. Eventually, we'll have everything because of the books. Oh my god, you're so high up in the air. Whee! I'm finally making my way to the top of the cliff. Mhm.
Some weird ass fucking circle that we made.
I see where you're going. Southwest.
Skip around the bounty so that we could do that together. And I'm gonna go get
Yeah.
the shrine.
By the time you get from the shrine back to the bounty, I'll probably be there.
Okay, no flying around the shrine.
Good to know.
Oh my gosh, it's a very angry Relaxosaurus.
Angry as always. I know. Okay,
I'm coming.
am I the friend? Oh, he's under the bones.
Yeah. I don't know why I
Mm,
decided to walk this, you know, could have.
Pinch.
He's a serial borrower. I could see why he needs to die.
Yeah. I'm not gonna capture him and take him to the base. How many are you getting from these guys? Is it 3 or are you getting 4?
4.
Oh, nice. Oh, I see the anti-air thing.
Okay, good. I don't, so.
It blends in because it's nighttime now, but on top of the cliff directly in front of us.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I
like
see.
half up to it on the left. Path directly goes to it. Oh, there's actually a jump spot just here as well.
The path goes directly to it? Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Come take this jump spot. Let's go. Whee! Hello, friends.
Bruh, you
Hello.
struggle.
Oh, meteorite. Oh, I wonder what it's from the meteorites here. It's hacked.
Good job.
Do you want another bunny?
Bunny!
Well, the meteor's the way we want to go.
Yeah, cool.
It's a Xenogard.
Mm.
Level 50. Eh.
Is it a boss? No. Oh, schematic tower.
Nice.
So challenging, I know.
Berserk's Talisman. This is the boss, the Kryling's Terror. Oh, 74, 79, 100.
What?
The stats on the Krylings.
Oh, well,
Ooh.
do you want it?
Yeah, I'll try and get it.
Alright, there you go.
What? Oh, cool. One ball.
Easy peasy.
To pacifist and you fit as a fiddle.
Okay, so do you see to the east by the yellow, where the yellow thing is, and they're just
Oh,
south,
yeah.
there's a hidden passage to the Oculus Gate. Let's go
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be able to fly from back this far. Get closer to go up. Did I make it all the way? Nope. I think I went for this ledge instead. Still gold keys? Yeah, still gold keys. Oh, can't fly. No, I don't want to fly. I want to. Ah, that one's probably from the purple area.
I'm flying still. But I'm a lot further north than you are. Because that's where I was going.
Yeah, I was just going around this way because I can't fly up fast. So I was just trying to stick to the road.
Oh my god, look at that big circle thing in there. That looks so cool.
This road. There we go. Oh wow.
I kind of
I
want
had to
to.
go for this chest and I
Oops.
went the wrong way.
I want to like look in there. Oh, that looks so cool. That big circle thing.
I will see it one day.
Like, look into the purple zone. Oh, you're not in it. Okay.
No. The stamina makes so much difference. Not even necessarily the speed, just the stamina.
Hmm. Well, okay. So here's my question. If you get the materials, do you want me to start making it at your workshop, and then we could just finish making it, and then you can pick it up?
I might have the technology points at this point. Let me check. Oh yeah, yeah, I can go back and make it.
Okay. And then I can get the horse for you because like you just like put it in my base, and I just like put it in my storage because I'm like I'm not breeding it right now. I'm like I'm breeding so many things right now. You think I'm gonna breed this right now? No. Whee! Oh, there's a cave here. I'm gonna go hang out by Anubis's dick.
Whee! Wee wee. Oh, nice. Hello, honey. Oh, it's a guy. I cannot talk while riding. What do you want?
Yeah, my Anubis dick.
To breed a 10 splatter in his thing. Hello, Nubis Dick. Did you name your dick Tansy? Or Tansy?
Okay, I'm gonna go back really quick and get your horse for you. Your haunts.
I'm gonna go back to my base and make the hunts. Saddle. Everything went. Oh wait, no, I won't be able to make it. I need the coralite, right?
Oh, I thought you had it.
I had enough for the Neptilius.
You want us to grind it out?
I mean, we got an 80% increase now.
Fair.
Uh, I would be happy to grind that out. Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to meet me up there because I'm looking through to find your fucking haunts.
Wow, Celestian Noct Saddle is level 78. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And everything's meant to be broken. I just know. Oh, I just want you to know how I am. I like how a lot of these are the same songs I've listened to before.
Same stats. Legend, Ice Emperor, Musclehead. And you got Legend, Ice Emperor, Dragon Killer. Alright, your horse is hanging out at my base.
Okay. Thank you.
Problem. He might go try cooling a fridge or something.
That's okay. He's a good boy. Okay, let's see how much this whale Oscar drops. Okay. I don't like this attack on you. Get rid of Thunderstorm.
So many eggs. Renelion.
Mm. Mm. Hmm.
Saturn is 3 stars and has 20 more to go before she's 4 stars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Um.
Check Cherry really quick too. Cherry's 2 stars. The 2 stats that are leveling up on Cherry are medicine and kindling.
Mm-hmm. It's only getting like 4 whenever I kill one.
Oh, really? Because I was getting like 4 and 5 when I was killing them. You said you have the saddle on it?
I got 6 that time.
Okay, there you go.
Just have to low amount that up.
Yeah. Aiden, baby.
Yeah, I was just getting unlucky with it. Okay, so it looks like the lowest they can drop is 4. At least so far, I haven't killed enough to know.
Okay. I am just here for the vibes because I realize if I kill anything, I am just not gonna get what you're getting.
It's okay. You can tell me when they spawn in different places.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I'll be the scout. Baby.
Alice the
Just a teenage dirtbag baby. You want to see the path I was taking yesterday?
I just go like clockwise or counterclockwise around the island. Up through the middle because I don't think they spawn on the right side. Well, 7 that time.
I do go around the other side. I go to here and then I just go around. But to be fair, you're probably right. They don't spawn here.
I think the other way around's better.
I think for me it was just like making sure that I was far enough away from things that the things spawn again.
Like some spawn up here on the left side here. Can I see into my eyes like a window? 49. Up to. That's the wrong seal. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. Call my name and save me from.
Not very nice of you to hit me in the face like that.
Save me from the nothing I've become. Now that I know you. Can I catch it or kill it? Catch it. Catch it. Catch it.
Whatever. Die. I don't care.
Wake me up inside.
Actually, I was thinking I might take a little trip. What is, babe, I have an important question to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
What is over there?
No idea. I've never been there.
Whoa, whoa. What the fuck?
Hmm?
What's hitting me? Oh, it's that thing still. Bro, I can't kill it. You kill it for me. I thought you were gonna kill it, babe.
I thought you were catching it. That's
No,
weird.
I said just die. And then I walked away. Because I thought you were gonna kill it.
Ah,
I was over
I
here
can't
like
pick-
looking over here. Huh?
My inventories feel like I can't pick up the cloth.
Oh, well. So you don't know what's over there?
No, never been over there. There's no fast travel point, so I didn't bother going over there.
I'm gonna go over there. I'm just curious what the boss is.
I'm on my planet altogether.
I'll let you know once I get over there. I'm gonna go to a short area where it's like not as long of a.
me up inside. Call my name and save me from love. Bring me back to life. I definitely have enough.
You do?
Yeah.
Good. Make it.
Mm.
It didn't take you nearly as long as it took me.
Thomas, if the drop rate increase went up by a lot more.
Yeah, right?
Mm. Well, I've got to wait for all the
Stuff to cook,
ingots
yeah.
to melt. So may as well go up there with you.
Yay!
I can come from this island because Neptilius.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I swapped. Location. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication.
Oh, really? That's the boss? Okay.
What is?
Just wait. You'll see when you get here. I think I see you splashing in the distance.
Splash. Californication. Splash. Splash. What is that? Oh, way Alaska.
Yeah.
Oh, you ready?
Yep.
That works.
Yeah.
Dream of Californication.
Anyways, I'm going back this way.
Dream of Californication. Under the water. When I'm sprinting on this, I go under the water. I just fucking reloaded my musket underwater. Wet gunpowder, let's go.
So foggy over here in the snowy area.
Yeah. Tilius is is faster with his ability than the other mount, but if you're in like shallow water, you can't use it.
Oh. What's the ability?
Oh, that's just like splashing, jumping out of the water. I do.
Oh, I see.
Um,
I see
and
what
you
you
can only
mean.
do that in open
Mm-hmm.
water when you are underwater a bit. Oh, I got a purple treasure
Oh,
map.
hold on. I'm gonna catch this Wumpa really quick.
I got a fucking purple treasure map. Nice. These are all accessories. Hello, Brando.
Hi, Rando.
Thank you for the aggressive positivity.
Okay. I caught the fucking Wumpo. So now I have to check that fucking quest. Because I know that lady wanted a Wumpa, but I don't know if there was a specific thing she wanted. A specific kind of Wumpo.
We are absolutely doing fucking fantastic.
Yeah,
Thank you.
fantastic. We're great. How are you fucking doing tonight? Sorry, I don't know what the hell I'm saying.
Fuck.
This is what I'm trying to do. Arrogant foodie, veteran hunter, wise hunter.
I'm glad you're doing good. Nothing worse than people that should be doing good, not doing good because the world is saying no to them doing good.
Oh, just a Wumpo in general. She doesn't care. It's Billy. He looks so angry. It's an alpha. He's an alpha, Billy.
I don't need stamina. I genuinely don't need max stamina, so I'll just get move speed increase. Right. Oh, should I get a patient?
Okay, Wumpo. Let's see this. Heavyweight and brave and heavyweight and noble. Yeah, I'll give her noble. That's fine. I don't care.
That'll help me add it all the time.
Two. 7 stream streak. Good job. Good job. Good job. Now you get an extra 450 Jana points. Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
need
some
that.
people really do need aggressive positivity. We love it
Here
here.
you go. Yeah. I have a feeling you come through for me. Now I can finally make it down the mountain in one piece. Thanks a ton. You're welcome. I got grenade launcher and a plasteel helmet schematic. That's what I wanted.
Megs.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Alexa, stop. I know I need to, but I don't wanna. What's today, Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? Yes, Tuesday. Oh, God, take my fucking mirror. Oh, gross.
Oh, gross. Oh, did it
It
not?
got stuck on the side of my mouth.
No.
Mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really want to kiss me to see me walk out the door? It's killing me right now.
Take your nighttime meds.
Actually, I'm gonna take the little ones first. I took my nighttime meds. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, if you give me 5 minutes, because they'll be ready in 5 minutes.
80.
When we get together, cause perfect is better when it's feelings involved. Nothing is forever. Then what makes love the exception? Oh why, oh why, oh why, oh why, oh why, oh are we so in denial when we know we're not happy? Oh. Da 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 da. Time to put this away. Okay, let's see. I'm going to check out some of these quests while I wait for this thing. It says request from a wise hunter. Capture 100 pals. I'm currently at 655 out of 100. I think I could turn that one in.
Yeah. I think you can.
Where's that at? Oh, okay, down there.
Can I? Brunch.
Oh, he wants me to catch 700 now.
That bitch.
Oh, really? I just got a bunch of books.
That book bitch.
I got a mining handbook. That's nice.
Both of these brunch areas. Fixed assignment. Read weeks. This one can be the team pal. Temporarily.
Oh, I forgot to do that. Jesus Christ.
Oh wow, Frostalion's saddle goes so much quicker.
Mm-hmm.
I will help you when you are making your Neptilius saddle. That takes so fucking long. Good night, Whipper. Thank you for
Night
hanging
night,
out.
Whippa. You have a good night. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. If not, I blame Tristan. It's not my fault. Never be my fault. I'm kidding.
I accept all the blame. Yeah, we will be here. Unless we have something that is physically stopping us from streaming, we'll be streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, meds, my love.
I took my meds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Remember, I got it stuck in my mouth.
Oh yes, yeah, I need to take mine.
You should take your med.
I think we need to go across the road tomorrow.
Yeah?
Pharmacy reasons.
Yeah. I figure 20 and 100.
Oh, each diamond sells for 5,700. Well, actually, I have it increased, but I think it's going to be 5,000 each.
Nice. Where is... oh, yeah.
This is not a base. When September ends. Oh, this is the plasma multicolor.
Yeah.
This functions as a pickaxe and an axe, and it
I just have a normal pickaxe because I like it.
melts things very quickly. It is a really good mining thing, really good everything. It does look like a jetpack from some angles. Or a penis. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I don't really look at it.
Let me show you my penis.
Oh my god. How did you get right? How is this the one you went to just now? The exact same one.
Because I'm chasing you down to show you my
Oh,
penis.
okay.
Look at it.
I mean, I guess.
It's a chub. Massive balls.
I'm gonna go to bed before I start licking my lips. Fucking perverts.
Look at the rules of the internet. It's a given. I started a base showing. Trade 10. I'm trade 10 now.
Goose night to you too.
Goose knighted in the fighted. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. What am I saying? Who am I? Did this first still land in your base? Is that why I'm on my one?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh.
Oh no, what happened? Oh, a Bushi. I see.
Did a Bushi happen?
Well, all of my my farm animals are unconscious. That's fun. Aw. I didn't realize they carry them back.
That's cute.
Where you at? Where you at, babe?
I'm in my base.
Okay.
I'll be over in a second.
You don't even love me.
Hmm?
You don't even love me.
What do you mean?
Oh my
Oh,
god.
God.
Ah.
You're supposed to love me, Tristan.
I put you out of your misery.
No.
I'm so
So
depressed.
depressed. Why am I up here? Because I'm used to going up there to do this.
Okay, what do you think? My face and my. Okay, what do you think? We could turn back time to the good old days when a mama sang us to sleep but I was stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep but I was stressed out. Back when I was young, I was coming from. I make a candle out of it. If I ever found it, probably sell the pub, but I would probably only sell one.
Female with good stats. And then.
Please, so it's gonna count. We could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. This is good. I didn't realize that those hats, babe, can be used as cosmetics.
They're just cosmetics?
You can use them as just cosmetics. Like, okay, I'm coming to your base real quick. I want you to see me.
Yeah.
Uh,
You know, wearing a pirate hat?
yeah. Hold on, I'm coming to you real quick. Okay. Now you see me, right?
Give me a
Right.
second. I'm getting my pirate hat. Okay.
Where you at?
Upstairs. I'm a pirate hat.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
I am currently wearing what?
Bunny is cold hexalite armor? Is that hexalite? That might not.
No.
I don't know. What is that?
I am wearing a palmetto helm and lightweight plasteel armor.
Oh. How?
Show you. Come here.
How?
Come to my house.
Oh, is it the cosmetic
It's
thingies?
it's the dresser.
Dresser. Okay.
I made one. You can come use it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I like this fit, so.
Mm-hmm.
I really, I didn't like it whenever I had to switch to the plasteel armor.
Yeah, you really did not like the plasteel armor. Character will be defenses. Wow. Oh. Yeah. Face, body, presets. Oh, no. Outfit. Head. Tricon. Body. I like that. Glider. I like that. Fine with that.
You're such a goob.
I love it. And I'm your goob.
You are my goob. Alright, I'm gonna go see about upgrading my glider because I haven't done that since forever.
The upgraded gliders are pretty good.
Yeah, I know. I just haven't done it.
Still not as good as a PAL.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hyper glider. 40 palmetto ingot.
Oh, I want to use this too.
Body wooden board. Say 20. Yeah.
My other team's going. Oh, wait, Alaska's.
You fly around on your horse?
Not yet.
Should. That's much faster. Babe, you want to see something gross?
Yeah?
Come here.
Give me just a sec.
I mean, in real life, by the way. So
Oh. Um.
yeah, hold on, just wait.
Wait till Palworld.
Yeah, just wait.
Oh my
No,
god.
just that's one.
1, 2, at least. Fuck. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
That is
That is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Turn back time. I'm a boy.
Oh, my hair matches my my shit. My glider matches my hair. There we go. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh.
Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Why is there a bronze cherry in here? Oh, these are wild bronze cherries. I thought you brought them here. I was like, the fuck?
You're welcome. One people turn, one people. One
Guess they're just gonna be these random fucking bronze cherries, I suppose.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Oh my god. Oh, she's so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They were quite fast on the ground.
Zoom, zoom.
Zoom, zoom. The hidden stats of this one are actually really good as well.
Can't hold us like the ceiling can't hold us.
This is such a good pal. Why would I ever use the jet dragon when I have this?
Right? Probably because, like, I don't know. As apparently, it's literally like a lot faster than it.
Right, the jet dragon looks stupid.
Some people like the way it looks.
I don't mind the way it looks when you get the skin. Looks like futuristic and stuff.
The blue, yeah.
Yeah. I do mind the way it looks as default.
I'm 8 pals away from Saturn being capped.
Nice. This.
Cherry.
I need to go around to all the towns and talk to the people that give quests.
Yeah.
Because I need more in my quest log. This guy is done with me. I think this town is done with. Maybe?
Sherry has 19 more before she's capped.
Okay. The guy in the starting towns now wanted me to hunt down 100.
Mm-hmm.
I got a few rewards from him. What? Oh, yeah, I didn't get. The night is the night. Can take it's over. Put their hands up like the ceiling.
That's what I was doing right there. I was just doing some of these big missions. Go get the fucking whatever. I
Like
guess
the
you can have
feeling.
5 cakes. Oh, sorry, no cakes in there.
Got a cake right here. It's in the chair.
Nope, no cakes there either.
True, I don't have an ass.
Sorry, that's not what I meant. I was like, oh look, I was like, I have a quest to give a breeder 5 cakes, and I was like, I've got cake over here. And I was like, oh wait, no, I don't. And then I was like, well, I have cake over here, and I'm like, oh no, never mind, it's not there either.
No, it's supposed to have no booty. That's why you said it.
That's exactly why I said that.
Where are all the... This... Crazy. Um... Where are all the towns? Trying to remember like where all the settlement locations are.
The 3 that are the most like where you're probably gonna get a bunch of quests from are gonna be
The Fisherman's Point.
small settlement, yeah, Fisherman's Point, and then the dunes.
Yeah. The rest of the place is just like 2 people.
Yeah. And then honestly, you can look at your missions list and stuff like that. And that's why every single time I go to a new place and if I see somebody, I'll talk to them. Because, like, it'll go to my log and I don't have to remember where it is. It'll show me later.
Mm-hmm.
Like, right now, I am looking for that guy. There we go. There you go. Wise Hunter.
Something that's awesome about this game is that simply because it's an island-based game with an ocean world, it's so easy to add more content in the future.
Oh, if I can hit that shit. Fly away. Let's see, do I have 5 permit?
Fire away.
I do have 5 permit. Look at that.
I'm titanium. Shoot me down. but I don't fall. I am titanium.
Hey, this guy's gonna give me a mining book.
Ooh.
Working on.
Mm.
Oh, yep. Oh my God, I lost my hamster.
Far away, far away. Mm-hmm. Far away, far away. Down, but I don't fall. I am titanium. I am titanium.
Kind of wondering where I'm gonna want to build my workshop.
But I don't fall. I am titanium. Push it down, but I don't fall. I am titanium.
Oh,
Mhm.
I had to talk to the researcher while a pal with a legend passive skills summon. I do believe that is a marshmallow.
Which researcher is this?
I don't know. I lost Herbie. Where's Herbie? Oh, there you are, Herbie. Herbie, come back. Oh, let's find out. He is. He is apparently like near Tower of the Free Pal Alliance, like but across the bridge. He'll give you a handicraft book.
Oh, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, Cinemoth was
Oh, wait. I knew I was
lucky.
right. You've actually found a legendary pal. Unbelievable. Just who are you exactly? Can't thank you enough. Time to get to work compiling my research notes. Yay.
Got the quest, immediately completed it.
Nice. Hey, babe. Tired.
Do we want to end or do we want to have a nap?
And I want to get like a full night's sleep and try to go do a full stream tomorrow without taking a nap. You know what I mean? Is that okay?
Yeah? It's okay.
I feel like I've disappointed you.
No, you're fine, you're fine. I'm just thinking, like, do I join you for sleep?
Yeah, join me for sleep.
I want to join you for sleep.
Then do.
But I got bots to ban.
You get what?
Bots to ban.
Oh, well, you can ban that guy. There you go. You did it. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Whoever's still here, I appreciate you hanging out. Are you in a good spot, babe?
I'm at my base, yeah.
Whoever's still here and been watching us this whole time, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Do we want to read out to somebody? I mean, even if it's just like a little raid. Oh shit! Close my chat.
Like, yay.
Probably wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt, right? To read out to somebody, even if it's just.
I have to read out, no.
You guys, a little baby ring.
Enjoying too. Who are you raiding?
To Sayuri. Debbie?
Hmm?
Sayuri Debbie, I think. Oh, that person is a lot more people watching than I thought. My bad. Whenever I saw it at first, I thought it said 29. I was wrong. That is not what that said. Unless she literally just started and it went from 29 to 117 in 2 seconds.
Dang. Yeah.
Nyump.
Hmm?
Nyump.
Nope.
Nyump.
Not nyump. Nope.
I think. Nyaup. Oh, it's ending. Never mind.
No.
Mm, not lamey. VT.
Not.
Okay, guys. Oh, no, yeah. So this is our raid message if you'd like to join us. Sub raid message if you are subscribed. And we are going to raid out to this gentleman, not lamey VT. We will see you guys over there. We love you so much, and thank you so much for joining us. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you.